All right, guys, we are live on Facebook. Mr. Arnold, you can go ahead and start the meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Today is Thursday, October 21st, and today for the Accommodation Tax Advisory Committee, we have presentations running from 10 after 9 all the way up until about 4:30 or so. First order of business is call to order, so we'll go ahead and get the started meeting. Zendaya, have we complied with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we have.
All right, at this time, can we take a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Arnold,
Present.
Ms. Johnson,
Present.
Mr. Berghausen,
Present.
Mr. Farrell.
Present.
Great.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda for today? And are there any additions or changes that need to be made? If none, I'll need a motion to approve the agenda, please.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, with the first and a second, we'll take a roll call to approve the agenda, please.
All right, yes. Mr. Farrell,
Approved.
Mr. Berghausen,
Approved.
Ms. Johnson,
Approved.
Mr. Arnold.
And I approve as well. Thank you very much. And then we also need the approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve? Yeah, there's none at this time. All right. And today, are there any citizens' comments? Do we have anybody on the line?
No, sir, there are no citizen comments and there were no portal comments also to be reviewed.
Thank you very much. Moving right along to unfinished business, seeing none, we'll move on to new business and hearing about the applications. Zendaya, do we have our first presenter on the line, the Coastal Discovery Museum?
We do. If you bear with us just one moment, I do see Mr. Fluker is attempting to come online.
Great, we'll sit tight.
Mr. Fluker?
There we go. Okay.
There he is.
All right. I lost my link, so I had to go back and find where it was. All right. I'm sorry to be late. Where did we get started at?
Good morning. We are on new business. We've just gone through everything else, so we're now ready to start the presentations.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, and I have Andrea and also Jeffrey Rex. Let me get, that would be
Rex, are you there from the Coastal Discovery Museum?
He is. There he is. Rex?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead anytime, Rex.
Okay. Thank you very much for listening to my application. I would like to share my screen. Zendaya, do I have permission to do that? Yes, I do. I'm going to share this screen right here and start my presentation. Is my screen share working for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The Coastal Discovery Museum has benefited very much from ATAX support. And so first off, I would like to thank the committee for all that they do for coastal discovery and for Hilton Head Island. I am just moving there. I like to give you some numbers on coastal discovery. We have 7 full-time staff members. The property and buildings are owned by the town, so we manage 9 historic buildings. All the maintenance and operation of those is by Coastal Discovery. We have 68 acres of property. We're open 361 days a year. We have hundreds of live animals, including horses, alligators, chickens, turtles, snakes, lizards, fish, and invertebrates. We've got just about everything here. We have 137 varieties of camellias, and our camellia garden is just starting to bloom. We do over 1,300 programs a year. And normally we have over 10,000 school kids per year. Last fiscal year, we were down to 4,500 because of COVID. And we normally have over 100,000, sometimes as high as 130,000. Last fiscal year, we only reached 76,000 because of COVID. But we have served 1.4 million people since we opened at historic Honeyhorn in 2007. So last year, we served 72,000 patrons in person, and 66,700 of those were tourists. We also served almost 4,700 with our online programs. And one interesting thing that I thought I should share with you on our online programs is some of the people that participated in those were tourists who couldn't come to Hilton Head because of COVID, but they missed Coastal Discovery Museum. So they signed up for our programs and enjoyed Hilton Head remotely. Our mission is to inspire people to care for the Lowcountry, and we do that in our buildings and across our property. And we have participation really with all age groups in our visitors and residents. And the property we have makes it easy to inspire people to care for the Lowcountry. One of the things that I care about is that we support the town and their efforts to drive tourism, and particularly to bring tourists who care about the environment to Hilton Head Island. We are regularly among the best things to do on Hilton Head Island. This year in travel and leisure, so on a national level, we were listed as the top one of the things to do, along with the beaches and golf. And I think that reflects a lot more interest in both history and the environment. Regionally, we're also featured in a number of publications. This is from one in Greenville that highlights Coastal Discovery Museum and one of our exhibits that we did this summer called Conservation in the Classroom, where kids used recycled art to convince people to protect our environment. And so it's a great combination of things. And one of the things that I liked about this particular article is that it encouraged people to start a Coastal Discovery Museum and not to do that at the end of your trip, since we can orient people to what's on the island. Then we also have a number of features and local publications. This is one that mentions the Hilton Head Island Farmers Market that we operate, and which was funded and started because we got support from ATAX. And Marissa Pecos, who's here, featured, was just starting to farm, and we were her first farmers market. And now she's a big sustainable farmer and gets lots of publicity. In terms of online presence for Coastal Discovery, we work to be featured in TripAdvisor. We're often for several years, we've been the third top attraction on TripAdvisor. I cannot seem to beat the bike trails and Coligny Beach, no matter how hard I try. We always seem to fall behind them, but I think it's still a pretty good location for us. And this is a really interesting article I wanted to share with you that came out earlier this month in The Travel, which is an online publication. And their title is, Does Hilton Head Island Live Up to the Hype? And one of the things that this article explores are all the things to do on the island. And they featured Coastal Discovery Museum again, and links to our Instagram account. And this is seen by 36 million people a month. Our overall attendance last fiscal year, so this is from July 2020 through June 2021, was down. I think all of this decrease is due to COVID. And I was surprised to see that it was actually our overall attendance was down even below the level we saw after Hurricane Matthew. So in terms of total attendance, it was not a good year for the museum, but we have some very promising news out of the first quarter of this fiscal year. So from July 1st through the end of September, our attendance has regained sort of all of its losses plus some. So we've had the highest quarter on record in the past 5 years here. The end of this summer. So I'm very confident that we are going to return to our pre-COVID numbers this year. Just to show you some of our record keeping, this is how we keep track of our programs and whether they're local attendees, Bluffton attendees, and out-of-state attendees. So we collect all those zip codes, anything like that that you want to see, I can share with you. I wanted to give you a breakdown of how the museum supported, because I think that's important. Last year, we received a significant grant from ATAX, $310,000, and that comes out to $4.65 per tourist that we serve. We also get $125,000 in direct support from the town, which includes a $75,000 management fee and about $50,000 in capital improvement. So the remaining $1.5 million is from grants, sponsorships, donations, and earned revenue. Even though the museum itself and our property are open for free, our programs, tours, lectures, and membership are all paid, and so that helps support the museum. And so the total cost per individual served at the museum last year was high. It was $27 per person. That's mostly because of our decrease in attendance. The same with the ATAX being up at $4.65. It's normally under $3 per person. I wanted to briefly give you a couple of things that were supported by ATAX last year. The creation of our new website. And if you go on to coastaldiscovery.org, you can see our new website. It's a very attractive, very contemporary looking website that is visually driven with some very vivid images, but also it has a place where people can share their experiences on social media and have them linked to the museum website. So we also have some visitor driven content on that. And it aligns very much with what we said we were going to do with that ATAX money. And the results are strong. So if you see in March, the blue line is 2021 fiscal year. And so in between March and April, when that jumps up, is when we launched our new website. Over the course of the summer, we had very high attendance on that website. And we track the location of all of those visitors. And so we have these really large blue circle is Hilton Head, and the smaller one inside of it is Bluffton. But regionally, you can see that we draw from Atlanta, Charlotte, Raleigh, Jacksonville, and across the Eastern United States. We wanted to engage a broader audience. And so one of the things that I look at here is our demographics. So this last year is shown in blue. And we're trying to appeal to a younger audience. We're getting more of the 25 to 34 year olds. And our split is largely on the website and social media. We tend to have more women than men engaged with us. I think there's a lot of parents that are planning stuff for their kids in that group. On our Facebook and Instagram, we're getting about 30,000 people a month that we reach on that. This is funded by ATAX, our posting, and we're getting a lot of engagement with these posts. And so I compare us to a lot of other similar sites. And so if you look at this, our total page likes right now, we have 8.1 thousand. This is posts per week. So we're getting 3 to 4 posts a day. So far this week, there's 22 and 1.3 thousand, 1,300 people have engaged with our posts and commented on them, liked them, or shared them. And so this is a really important number. And I track us compared to similar organizations. You can see below the Arts Center also does really well on their social media. The Morris Center and Gullah Museum have very strong social media programs. And so I think this is a really important way for us to reach out and engage new audiences. So all of our posts, all of our individual posts are tracked with their reach and engagement. So we know what kinds of posts are working well. And then we look at the number of individuals engaging with us by day and by time. So there's a lot of data there. And so all that is tied together, our digital strategy, our social media, our website, and our online, our sales. And so that's a ATAX supported program. The farmers market was launched with ATAX support and has continued to grow and then decrease in the winter and grow again in the summer. And so we never know exactly who's going to come each day, but it has, since the pandemic, been much stronger than our pre-pandemic numbers. And we're always getting new vendors coming in. And so that's a good resource for the island. And we're getting about 500 visitors a day coming to the farmers market itself. ATAX helps support our exhibitions. These are some images of Return to Nature, which was a Gullah Geechee artists exhibit that featured a lot of artists. Natalie Days was one of those, and she's a really accomplished artist, as well as a performer. She was on Gullah Island. And I liked her work so much, I bought one of her pieces that's behind me on my wall. And then we do some community shows too. This is Off the Wall, which just came down this week, featuring local ceramic artists. We have our core exhibitions. This year, we also placed a Santa Elena exhibit up in Beaufort at the Beaufort History Museum. And installed it up there. So we're trying to serve outside of Hilton Head Island, but also to tell people what's coming here in the future. Volumes of Light was an exhibit that was supported by an out-of-cycle grant from ATAX, and it is opening tonight. So last night, we were working on finishing up our install. This is Chantel Ritter, who does the Lantern Parade on Hilton Head Island. She's helping us install. They're still installing today. And you can see there's some very large lanterns. And the opening for this is tonight at 5:30. So if you have not had enough of me at the end of this, you can always come by the museum and enjoy the opening of this exhibit. It's going to be a really fascinating and beautiful exhibition. ATAX does not fund anything related to our weddings, but I think they're important because they bring a lot of people to the island, and they stay in hotels and pay ATAX. We are, of course, a very beautiful location for weddings under our live oaks, and we have a pavilion. Many people have come to weddings here and know what they're like. So Michael Smalls and Dino Badger are here 4 or 5 days a week sewing baskets. And that's a really great relationship that we have with them. This is Comet, our Marsh Tacky. He just wanted to say hi. Art market was canceled the first year of COVID, but last year we had it in April, the 24th and 25th. It poured on the 24th, but the 25th was a beautiful day. And so some artists had their tents collapse, and they thought it was going to be a disaster, but everyone came out on the 25th, and it was one of their best markets ever. And people do actually call us for the art market to see when it is coming, so they can plan their travel to Hilton Head Island on those days. We get 3,000 people will come through this market, about 100 artists. We have managed to continue strongly on our educational programs despite COVID. And so we are back in the education business there, doing a lot of reptile and amphibian programs. ATAX helps support the care of these animals. And we're doing a lot of outdoor programs as well due to COVID, since we do not have to mask outdoors. Our big family fun day highlights a lot of our partnerships with all of these organizations across Hilton Head Island and across the Low Country. Like to particularly note, we have a strong relationship with Outside Foundation. We are the place to recycle your oysters. So if you're having oyster roasts this fall, please bring your oysters back so we can turn them into new reefs. Our request this year, I think I'm still on time, is $325,000. About 20% of that goes to advertising and promotion, 10% for tourism related events, and about 70% for our facilities, which includes exhibits and a lot of other programmatic things. I wanted to give you just a quick update because we received a large grant for the Hay Barn Santa Elena project. And the progress on that has been slow, but I wanted to let you know where we were. We have been working with architects, structural engineers, and builders to plan out this building. And so it has complex HVAC and loading requirements on the second floor for collections and exhibits. And so they had to do a lot of work on to see what the structure was. They dug down, they tested the footings, they've designed the building. I think in the next week or two, we'll be submitting to the town for permitting. A lot of complexity about the HVAC in particular, because it requires three-phase electrical. The elevator requires three-phase electrical. So it is progressing. It's just a little bit slower than we would like. But I think everything in construction right now is slow and materials are difficult to come by. So it is progressing, and it's a very important story. One of the things that I'm working on now is preparing for the 500th anniversary of the naming of Ponta Santa Elena, which is actually Hilton Head Island. That is the location that was first named in 1526 as the mouth of Port Royal Sound. And this is one of the most important locations in 16th century America. And so that 500th anniversary will occur on the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. And so it's a big, significant, historic anniversary. We've been working with the collections, both at South Carolina Institute for Archaeology and Anthropology and Paris Island. So Paris Island has a lot of the great objects on exhibition. And they are willing to loan those to the new museum down here. And then a lot of material is curated at Skia. They have hundreds of thousands of artifacts. In particular, you see some of these things, like this piece of silver that's in the palm of my hand. This is silver that was excavated from Santa Elena. That is part of the treasure that these Spanish treasure ships were taking out of Mesoamerica, melting down and bringing back to Spain. And so fragments of this have Philip II's coat of arms stamped on them to show the tax was paid. And this is how the soldiers were paid. They were paid with these scraps of silver that is stamped with the Philip II's coat of arms. And so they're really cool artifacts. And one of the great things about this museum is we'll be able to display those on Hilton Head Island and bring people here to see it. And so we're very excited about this project. I wanted to thank you and leave you 1 minute for questions. So I talk a lot, so I don't give you much time to ask, but I'm going to stop now and see if you have anything you'd like to ask me.
All right, thank you, Rex. That's a very, very fine presentation. We're going to do what we did last week, and we're going to kind of go into round robin type deal as we go through. Mr. Arnold, do you have any comments or questions?
Good morning, Rex. Thanks again for a model presentation for the ATAX committee and showing us the uses that can be done with the funding. I don't have any questions. Thank you again for the thorough application. You got us off to a good start and wish you guys nothing but the best moving forward. I have no questions though. Thanks.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Farrell on?
I am, Jim, Mr. Chairman. I too would call that a model presentation, the data and the, I'm curious about what Jim's going to be even asked. It was so thorough. So thank you for your thorough presentation and thank you for what you do and represent for this community.
Thank you.
Mr. Berghausen, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you, John. No, there really aren't questions. It's just affirmation of what we're trying to do. You know, ATAC is trying to drive tourism. We don't have a charge to drive environmental awareness, but you make the wonderful connection of how when we help you, you help us. And that's what we want. That's the perfect situation. And so when people say you're the model, you are, of demonstrating the connection. It's accountability for the dollars and it's extraordinary efficiency. At $4.65 per tourist, you divide that by 2% and you see that each tourist only has to spend about $250 on accommodations, and we get our $4.65 back. So it's a win-win. Great job. I'll stop.
Thank you. I was expecting a hard question from you.
No, I was going to ask about the capital improvement project from last year, and you anticipated that question too. So great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Martin on? Okay. Ms. Johnson, do you have any questions or comments?
Good morning. No questions. What a thorough presentation. And I can personally attest to much of what you spoke about. Our family and friends visiting the island have enjoyed the museum on multiple visits. Also, a very special destination wedding was held there, bringing people from different parts of the country. So thank you for what you do and look forward to the Santa Elena project coming to life. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
And Mr. Thomas hasn't joined the meeting yet, has he?
No, sir, he is not.
Okay. Rex, as usual, good presentation. Even though your numbers were down last year, I know that's a blip on the screen. You have a fine, organization and a great facility. I was just out there the other day to check out some of the new things, the new paths and things that I heard about. So thank you. And that's all I think the committee has at this time.
Thank you very much. And feel free to stop by tonight at 5:30 if you want to see the exhibit opening.
All right. I will try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have representatives from the Art Center of Coastal Carolina available?
We do. We have Jeffrey and also Andrea. There they are.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jeffrey.
How's everyone doing?
We're doing fine, thank you. Anytime you're ready, go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, we're waiting for Andrea to load it up. There we go. All right. I'm Jeffrey Reeves, the Arts Center President and CEO, and today with me is Andrea Gannon, our Vice President of Marketing. And thank you so much for the opportunity to present a summary of our key elements of our 2022 ATAX grant application. Today, I want to cover 4 key elements and share data with you about how we program for our patrons while maximizing visitor attendees, how we approach our tourism marketing to accomplish success in attracting visitors to our programs, and the final fiscal year 21 results in return on investment of our ATAX grant support. All this will take into account the continued impacts of COVID-19 on 2021 and anticipated in 2022. The Art Center opened in 1996 and is starting its 26th year. It is a nonprofit multi-arts organization which owns a 45,000 square foot visual and performing arts facility sitting on 4.6 acres of land. Since opening, we've had nearly 1.6 million program attendees. The Art Center is South Carolina's largest arts organization and largest professional theater. We operate 360 days per year in a non-pandemic year, and our fiscal year runs September 1st through August 31st. As I stated last year, 2020 quickly became a noun, adjective, verb, and expletive all at once. Well, 2021 said, oh yeah, hold my beer. By government mandate from March through October 2020, art centers and theaters were the first to close and the last to open, creating a necessity for our staff to be nimble and agile as we learn to constantly be ready to pivot and create a new iteration of what we do and how we do it. And oftentimes it happens daily. When we were allowed to go back to performances, we were restricted at a capacity of 50% through May 2021. Then we took an incremental step of moving up to 60% through the end of August this year. We are now operating at 100% capacity. Ultimately, last year, our planned 5-show theater season became only 2 shows. We did Noises Off in February 2021. We were one of only 17 out of nearly 1,700 theaters nationally approved by Actors Equity to go into production. And of course, we did Mamma Mia from June through August this year. Our original 7 presenting artists then became 15 in order to help build the void of the 3 theater productions we lost. Overall, fiscal year 20 only had 88 performances before our shutdown. Fiscal year 21 accomplished 114 performances at a highly reduced capacity. We have planned 163 performances for fiscal year 22. We were not idle with the reduced offerings in 2021. We continued our virtual engagement, which will be touched on later in this presentation. Beginning in April 2020, we started researching, planning, and prepping the facility for the eventual return of staff and patrons. Ever since then, we have maintained globally recommended practices in order to help keep our staff, artists, and patrons healthy. Listed here are the main protocols for patrons, supported by a much more detailed and comprehensive company-wide plan based on input from many sources, national authorities, and of course, including Actors Equity Association. I do want to point out that the Art Center staff, performers, and actors still have COVID testing 3 times a week, and we're in 18 months of this. All of this has not been without significant cost. Case in point, the recommended 40% fresh airflow mix you see here has overtaxed our HVAC system. During the last 2 weeks of Mamma Mia this summer, the 80-ton chiller compressor became inoperable. We immediately ordered a new chiller compressor system. However, it will not be available to install until January. We limped along with the remaining 40-ton unit until this last weekend, when it finally failed. we currently have a temporary auxiliary unit allowing us to continue performances until the new unit arrives in January. All of these are unexpected facility costs in order for us to keep our doors open and performances happening on our stage. Our tourism programming and strategy for fiscal year 22 returns to 5 theater productions with 138 performances, 8 presenting artists with 16 performances, and 3 free community outreach festivals. While not part of our grant request, but still an important programming area, we provide education programs through visual and performance workshops, lectures, student field trips, artists in education residencies, creating unique youth and adult learning experiences, all now via modified virtual and in-person classes, depending on the Beaufort County School District guidelines. In fiscal year 21, we still provided over 13,000 education services, bringing us to 297,000 since 1996. This does not take into account the virtual services provided via our YouTube instruction videos, which you'll hear about that later. Overall, we have 220 performances and programs planned for the year, which brings us back in line with our pre-pandemic average schedule, barring any COVID resurgence or shutdown. As part of our expanded initiatives, Equity and Diversity and Inclusion, or EDI, is based upon a nationwide movement across our industry. We've spent a lot of the past year engaging in both large-scale webinars and local workshops. Through that education, we've learned that even though this has been a priority for the Arts Center in the past, there are improvements we can make on every level. Our 3-pronged approach begins with staff education and an internal EDI committee comprised of staff members who are actively engaged in seeking out and discussing initiatives that foster inclusivity. We began our internal education programs with the history of Native Islanders and the Gullah culture. These rapidly became popular, and soon we had public interest in attending these offerings. We are now greatly encouraged that this is the genesis of a long overdue humanities program with lectures, documentaries, and panel discussions open for patron participation. This segues into community awareness, which further supports our commitment to an inclusive workplace, diverse organization, and equity in our community. And this also goes without saying, it is the right thing to do. Also important to the Arts Center are our community collaborations and partnerships. Here's a select list of 26. A more comprehensive list is in the info package with the grant. I do wish to point out that the Art League has been in residence in our gallery since 2010, and the Island School Council for the Arts maintains an office space in our building. The current version of our fiscal year 22 schedule is included in the documents you received. For 2022, we will again have 5 shows theater series with 138 performances scheduled during key tourist months, and all are planned with 100% seating capacity available. And I'm proud to say this morning, according to the sales report, Kinky Boots, which is currently in performance on our stage for yet another week and a half, we have already had 61% visitorship from across the bridge for the performances, totaling 4,000. That's the most that we've had for the fall slot in many, many years. The contracted artists in presenting will have 8 of them with 16 performances, and these 2 are planned at 100% seating capacity. These artists range from dance to comedy to contemporary and classic music, including a special performance by Low Country's own American Idol winner, Candace Glover, performing the songs of Aretha Franklin, and Grammy Award-winning Ranky Tanky. We did plan 3 community festivals again in 2021, Unfortunately, we had to cancel our annual Youth Arts Fest last March due to the school district restrictions and guidelines. The tree lighting, Taste of Gullah, and Youth Arts Fest should be back on track in fiscal year 22 at full capacity. These are all annual favorites of residents and visitors alike. As you can see, all of our planned programming is wide in scope and appeal, attracting patrons, both residents and visitors. Now, Andrea will review our tourism marketing strategies.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, perfect. I'm not on video, but that's just as well. Okay. Thank you, Jeffrey. Okay. Whoops, now, hold on. Here we go. This slide shows some awards the Art Center has garnered over the past few years, which is indicative of the success we've had in reaching residents, visitors, and our ever-expanding audience. The tourism marketing objectives, our strategy is comprised of multiple marketing plans, each tailored to the specific production, presenting artist, or special event. And because each show or event has a different target market by virtue of the program of who it attracts, we employ a unique marketing strategy for each. Yet, no matter the show, each one is promoted beyond 50 miles via print ads, collateral mailings, e-blast, and digital marketing. Our digital campaigns also include Garden and Gun, Better Homes and Garden, and Southern Living. There's word of mouth, and then there are direct referrals. We're thrilled when our local community takes to social media raving about a show, as in the case of, for example, Kinky Boots right now, we love it. But we also cultivate intentional direct referrals to our visitors. At the beginning of each show, prior to its opening, we invite a hospitality audience comprised of the media, concierges, and other service personnel to preview production, and then they're able to spread the word. To make it a little more fun, for each show, we hold a concierge contest whereby the person who sends in the most referrals, which we track, wins 2 tickets to an upcoming presenting show. Many of our hospitality ambassadors assist travelers with their actual vacation planning, and a number of visitors plan their vacation around an upcoming production. A little over a year ago, our marketing department designed and built a new website. Since this project was done completely in-house, we saved a good bit of money while also getting a dynamic site with mobile optimization and CMS control, allowing for in-house modifications. Further, in fiscal year 21, and especially during the pandemic, virtual content became a more prominent element for audience engagement, as Jeffrey alluded to earlier. Our content included streamed, full-scale, second stage productions, behind-the-scenes videos that were fun and informative, arts at home videos that were incorporated with certain schools' art curriculum, and quarantinis, where stars of the stage were interviewed over Zoom with, you guessed it, a martini. Embedded in a majority of the videos and in all of the second stage productions, which were promoted nationwide, we included a commercial promoting Hilton Head Island as a world-class arts destination, with footage generously provided by the town's Office of Cultural Affairs, spotlighting not only the Art Center, but the abundance of cultural offerings on our island. As you can see on this slide, we produced 52 videos with over 483,000 views. Our website had over 284,000 visits, and our social platforms continue to climb as well due to paid targeted promotions with substantial increases from last year across the board. And on to visitorship results. These results are tracked and quantified thanks to our robust ticketing system, which requires a zip code on all transactions and also allows us to do target marketing analysis in direct mail, digital, email advertising, and auto follow-up messaging. These results are actual for our fiscal year ending August 31 of this year. And again, I want to underscore that from most of the fiscal year, the Art Center was at a highly restricted, reduced audience capacity. And even with the hurdles of limited capacity in COVID, for fiscal year 21, all programs and events resulted in a total of 33,745 attendees. Of this, there was a total of 19,065 attendees at ATAX related performances and events. 30% of that were beyond 50 miles and 32% from off island. So that totals 11,941, that's 62% beyond 50 miles and off island visitors, which keeps the Arts Center as a significant driver and enhancer for island visitorship. And just want to make a note, if we include projected attendance for the canceled events as well as full seating capacity, we were on target to even exceed fiscal year 19 pre-pandemic results. And now I'm going to turn this back over to Jeffrey.
Thank you, Andrea. Our visitor economic impact is calculated using the factors available from the Town of Hilton Head Office of Cultural Affairs, American for the Arts Economic Impact Study. We again saw 2.3 million in the economic impact from our 50+ miles tourism attendance, which is a 7-to-1 return on our 2021 ATAX grant through August 31st. And when combined with the local audience impact of 6.6 million, that brings us to over 8.9 million in total overall economic impact in 2021. Again, that is during the year of COVID, highly reduced capacity, and postponed performances. Our normal impact is around 13.8 million overall, including 3.3 million from 50+ mile tourism. And our overall impact is a little over 1/3 of the total arts and cultural impact of 39.5 million based on the Town of Hilton Head study. Our 2022 grant request is $405,000 for tourism programming and marketing. And our request is only 8.7% of our operating budget, where it was running 10 to 11% plus up until a couple years ago. With this in mind, our eligible programming and marketing expenses total $504,000. And if you add eligible facility and administrative overhead of $501,000, not included as part of this grant request, our total eligible base would be a little over $1 million. As in prior years, we have achieved, demonstrated, documented, and provided appropriate results in support of our grant request, and all accomplished in spite of the ongoing effects of COVID. Our programming, even during a time of COVID, still provides the entire community a significant return on investment from our ATAX grant, as well as respite from the constant change and uncertainties brought about from the pandemic. Although this has been only a summary presentation of our endeavors and results this last year, the Arts Center is proud we have been able to sustain and grow our excellence as a key part of the cultural fabric of Hilton Head Island. Thank you again, and now we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrea and Jeffrey, for your presentation. I'm going to go first now to Mr. Farrell. Do you have any comments or questions?
Just a comment more than a question. That was thank you for your presentation, Jeffrey, and thank you for all you do for this community. It was wonderful to see, and I look forward to seeing Kinky Boots myself next week.
All right, Mr. Berghausen, any questions or comments?
Just that, good presentation, much appreciated. I love what you do. I'll say that I'm a subscriber, come regularly, and I think Kinky Boots is the best show I've ever seen up there. So,
Thank you.
Done. And love the accountability that you show us. I think the challenge for you is efficiency. Frankly, at cost per tourist, to the extent our dollars get scarce, then we have to pay a little more attention. We don't know how scarce the dollars we have to award are, but if your attendance returns to just where it was, let alone grow, your cost per tourist will come down significantly. So if you just keep the focus on getting more tourists, everything will be good. Thank you.
We do. I appreciate that. And thank you for understanding what we were up against here. It was an interesting year because yes, the 50% capacity really hindered us quite a bit. And that dropped our numbers significantly. Plus we were marketing way many more events than we've ever done because they're trying to load in the presenting. So
yeah,
getting everybody to come back and telling them what's going on, it has a cost to it. And we look forward to getting back to some kind of normal here soon. So thank you.
Yeah, good work. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you. Had some technical difficulty. I enjoyed that presentation very much. I also enjoyed Kinky Boots. It was quite fun. Thank you so much for the joy that you bring to the island with the live theater and the community events. Particularly in your presentation, I enjoyed your approach to education, not only for our visitors, but for our children and people that live here. And your tracking methods are really sound and brought to light all you do to ensure that these tax accommodation dollars are used appropriately. So thank you very much also for your adhering to or exceeding standards for health and safety during the COVID period. I appreciate that very much in your presentation. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, any comments or questions?
Yeah, good morning, Jeffrey. Thank you once again for a wonderful presentation. We're now 2 for 2 today, so thank you for your thoroughness. Like Mr. Bergerhausen said, you know, the dollar spend is the big red flag to us, but we understand the battles you've had with the limited capacity. We know that you're reaching these people and touching the folks. We just need to get their heinies in a seat, and we hope that you can do that, and that brings down that average on our spend. So well done on the presentation. I haven't seen Kinky Boots, but I will try my best to get over there to do it. All raving fans. So.
Great.
Well done. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. And Jeff, I meant to make, and one of those things that we talked about, Mr. Berghausen's talked about, is the efficiency. And I see already by one of your comments that that we make up less of your operating budget in future as we have in the past. We always look for those metrics to see that the organizations that we're working with are trying to be more efficient, make more efficient use or less of the funds that we have. I know your overall request is bigger, but then again, dollar amounts and everything are getting a little bit bigger right now. But
Oh yeah.
we appreciate your attempts, at least your success in limiting the amount of money you requested from us, and hopefully until January you'll be able to struggle on and keep your patrons comfortable. At least the weather's changing a little bit. That'll make it a little bit easier. But I enjoyed Kinky Boots. I've also enjoyed multiple presentations in the past, and I was so thankful that live theater was back on the island. So thank you for your endeavors, and thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's move on to our next presenter, if they are available, the Arts League of Hilton Head.
We have Miss McIntosh and Miss Batten. And you all are free to start when you're ready. You are on mute.
There we go. Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Kristen McIntosh. I'm the General Manager of Art League of Hilton Head. Our President, Pat Batten, is also on, but I will be presenting today. I prepared a PowerPoint, so I'm going to share that to your screens right now. All right. Everybody can see the PowerPoint. Thumbs up.
Yes, Kristen. Yes.
Thank you. All right. So first off, this is the first unveiling of our brand new logo in 2020. In 2022, we'll be 50 years old, which is really exciting. Art League started by just a handful of local artists that wanted an artist community, and we've grown. And next year we get to celebrate 50 years, which is huge, especially with the last couple years. We're grateful that we are here today. So I would like to start out with just explaining Art League's mission. We inspire the visual arts for our community and its visitors through exhibitions, education, and partnerships. With that, we have a gallery inside of the Art Center, and we have monthly changing art exhibits with a featured artist and almost 250 local artists. And then we have our academy on the south end of the island, where we have visual arts workshops and classes. And we've also significantly expanded our online reach with online classes and online art auctions in the last year, just to kind of break even with the current circumstances. Last year, we used a big part of our ATAX funds to create a video. We've been trying to visually combine what it is that we do into a commercial, and we have this commercial that we made with Hardin Creative that I'd like to share with you now, because I thought they did a beautiful job showing exactly what it is that we do. So I will air a 3-minute commercial because I'm just so proud of it.
Art League of Hilton Head is the only nonprofit visual arts organization in Hilton Head. We've been around for almost 50 years. We have a synergistic teaching academy here on the south end of the island. We also have a local gallery that exhibits artwork from over 200 local artists over in Shelter Cove. Art League Academy, we teach art classes in all different media for all different skill levels of students. We have weekly classes. We also have half-day workshops. So we have things if you live locally, but we also have things for our tourists that make up a huge percentage of the people here in Hilton Head. We try to get classes and workshops in all different art media, and that's always changing. We have our basic drawing classes, our pen and ink classes. We have intro workshops and classes to all different art media, watercolor, acrylic, oil. But from time to time, you'll see other different workshop opportunities. Jewelry making, we have some painting on glass classes. You don't have to have any skill level at all. You can be somebody who's been painting for 30 or 40 years, and you can be somebody who's never picked up a paintbrush or a pencil or even thought about it. Our instructors have classes and workshops developed for all different levels, and we will make you feel comfortable no matter what your level is. Art League Gallery is the art hub of Hilton Head Island. Art League Gallery is a beautiful space. We have 200 local artists who exhibit their work. Every month we change out the show. We have a featured artist. It's so wonderful to have something like this on the island. We have 3D sculptures, fiber art. We have 2D paintings, photography. We have jewelry. We have bin art. We have note cards. We have a little bit of something for everyone. All of the artwork here at Art League Gallery is available for purchase, and we have prices for every budget. We have beginners who start out at our Art League Academy, and they're able to show their work here at the gallery alongside seasoned artists. It's a great way to get a good feel for a gallery, to sell your work, to be seen, and for people to appreciate and purchase your work. Art League Gallery is open 7 days a week, and it's always free and open to the public. The Art League of Hilton Head is a nonprofit arts organization. We are able to team up with other nonprofits in the area to do outreach in the community, particularly supporting the arts within the community. So make sure when you're visiting the island to stop into the gallery and see what all we have going on. And then pop on down to the academy and see what classes we have that maybe you're interested in. Come be inspired.
Okay, so with that, I would like to go into our 3 prongs of our mission. So as discussed in that wonderful video, we have an exhibit every month, and with that comes a heavy amount of advertising. So here are some postcard images of the first 6 exhibits from this year. We also have every year a national juried exhibit. So this year we had our Biennale 2021, which had 95 artists from 26 states. And then last fall we had our Craft Hilton Head 2020, which featured 80 artists from 22 states. These calls are getting closer to 750 artists that enter, and most of the time it's usually in 40 plus states. So these juried shows bring a lot of exposure to Art League, but also to our island. The next prong of our mission is education. So as discussed in the video, we have something for everybody, whether you're a true beginner or you've been painting for years. In 2021 alone, we've had 125 classes and workshops, either in person or virtually. In May, as part of our Biennale, we had our judge teach a workshop. Mark Hansen taught a plein air workshop, and it had capped at 15 students, and it was on a wait list. And you can see that students came from Florida, New Jersey, North Carolina, Montana, and Virginia. So all of those people had to get accommodations here, and it was a 3-day workshop. But Mark Hansen is a wonderful instructor. He lives on Tybee Island now, but he's a master signature member of the Oil Painters of America, which is a huge honor. And we brought Catherine Hillis back to teach a virtual workshop because we're still on the border between virtual and in-person this past March. And she brought students as far as Wisconsin and Canada, which was very cool. The third prong of our mission is partnerships. So we love partnerships, and one of the highlights from this year was this summer we allowed the middle school art to come to our gallery, and we had a public unveiling of the Art History Project, which portrayed key moments in Hilton Head's history. And we had a opening reception where the mayor and lots of town council got to come in and see our gallery and see the visual arts and history come together. That also featured some history talks by the historians every day, which was very, very interesting. And then also we have partnerships with our landlord, the Art Center. We allow a lot of other local nonprofits to use our gallery space for free. And we partner with NIBCA every February and allow them to have their annual art exhibit. And we have lots of galleries around the community, such as at the Hilton Head Library and the hospital. The next thing I would like to discuss is our biggie, is how ATAX funds are spent. So of course we have a large direct mail campaign. We send our postcards, our current one, every month. And we also advertise monthly in Bluffton Today, Hilton Head Monthly, Hilton Head Sun, Low Country Weekly, and occasionally in Pink Magazine and Local Life. We also like to do national publications like Ceramics Monthly and Plein Air magazines a few times a year. This ad you see on the screen was published in the April-May issue to advertise Mark Hansen's workshop. And then these are some examples of some of our local ads through June of this year. So these are what you would see in Bluffton Sun or some variation of it. And then these are some examples of some of the national ads that we place. So we placed this Ceramics Monthly full page ad last October. This USA Today ad is current. This plein air workshop, like I said, was April and May, and this one was last fall. So a large portion of our ATAX funds are spent with digital marketing. We've had a high success with digital marketing, and this effort consists of using search engine marketing, which I'll refer to as SEM, and search engine optimization, SEO. Search engine marketing is a digital marketing strategy that helps increase the visibility of your website in a search engine result. So you want to be on the first page when you type in Gallery Hilton Head. You want Art League Gallery to be the #1 result. Part of that is the use of targeted display ads. So when you're on Google, you see those little ads on the side. It might be one of these, or you may be on Words with Friends and you'll see the ad pop up at the top. Because of the results of our targeted display ads, we've had 795,000 impressions this year. And the other part of the search engine marketing is a geofence, which I've talked about before, but it's a very cool invisible fence that goes around a physical building. And once you walk through that fence, your phone is flagged and we have 30 days to serve you one of those ads that I just showed you. Because of geofencing, we've had 381,000 impressions this year. And the ultimate goal with that is to get a conversion, and you'll see those where they actually walk into our gallery because they were served an ad, which is very interesting. The other part of our digital marketing is search engine optimization, and that happens in two ways as well, with NAP consistency and our current NAP score, which is the consistency of your name, address, and phone number across all internet listings, is 95% for our academy and 98% for our gallery. So the other part of search engine optimization is a Google My Business profile. So this is a tool for businesses and organizations to manage their online presence across Google. So whether you're in Google search or maps, you can create kind of a profile for your specific business. And it basically allows the internet to know that you are a real business and makes your business more trustworthy, so it shows up better on the search engine results. By doing that, you do postings on your business profiles, and Art League Academy's profile has an average of 83 clicks per month, and it showed up in 148,000 Google searches since January 1 of 20. Art League Gallery has an average of 133 clicks per month, and it showed up in 90,000 Google searches since January 1 of 20. And then another large part of our ATAX funds is website management. We've had over 24,000 users in 2021 so far. And you can see the countries in blue have all had users on our website. And all of our users kind of have an affinity towards food and dining, shopping, travel, media. So it really complements our tourist base. Our social media has really expanded. The Facebook ads impressions have really grown our Facebook page. We currently have 2,700 likes and almost 3,400 followers. Instagram's up to 913 followers, and we also use Twitter and YouTube. We plan to use YouTube a lot next year in offering demos and artist spotlights. Those were really popular last year, and we want to continue to grow our YouTube presence. And then we also use funds for public relations and marketing. We consult quarterly with our marketing partners for our digital marketing and just kind of keep our in-house processes streamlined. We also do talk of the town interviews, which is nice because we get a YouTube video that we can then take and share on all of our social media platforms. And with that, we also get a commercial space where we've edited down that 3-minute video I showed you to a 30-second clip, which is really nice as well. So how are we doing? We currently are about 65% of our sales as of last year, as of July 31st, which was 58% of the year. So we are we're about 7% ahead of 2020. And I'm guessing that we'll end up somewhere in between 2019 and 2020 numbers. So we are recovering nicely, but our virtual art classes and our art sales also support our mission, but they also showcase the island's beauty, and all of these online classes and art sales also show most of the subject matter is of our community. So that's really cool. So what is next for Art League of Hilton Head? It's our 50th anniversary. So we have asked for a larger ATAX request this year because we have all these additional programs planned. It will start with an opening party in January of 22, and it will end with a gala event at the Sonesta on October 29th. So far, we've got 5 special workshops with nationally known instructors planned with Julie Schroeder, Gary Bauman, Carol Iglesias, Catherine Hillis, and TJ Cunningham. We plan on publishing special interest stories about Art League and its relation to the island and its history in local publications and online throughout the year. And then we plan to bring back some special exhibits like our fabulous fakes and our God art, as well as a past members exhibit. And we'll be creating a souvenir calendar that will feature past and current members' works with some key historical dates. So, at this time, I would like to thank you, the ATAX committee, for letting me present and let you ask me any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Mr. Berghausen, do you have any comments or questions?
I would only say it's very well written and presented application. Thank you very much for that. The number of tourists I see, 4,234, that's physical tourists. That's feet on the ground. Well, actually, feet on the ground, I hope, is about 8,400, but about 4,200 tourists last year.
I put in my application that we had total physical as 6,750 for 2020. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the actual tourists were 4,234 and the total number of visitors was 6,750.
Yeah, okay. But
That's
so
put on the ground.
while that makes the cost per tourist about $22 per tourist, and that's really not bad within our current ATAX budget. That $20 kind of range pretty much works. Maybe not as low as we'd like to see it, but I think that works. But even better, if you look back at your historical attendance, it's much higher than 4,200. So when you recover and hopefully even do better than recover, your number will come down very nicely. So in the end, I think you're a very efficient use of our money, and I appreciate the strong accountability in what you know about who's coming to your and using your services. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, any comments or questions?
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed your picturing how you market and analyze and acquire the data. Thank you for a new term that I learned this morning, which is geofencing. Very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, do you have any comments or questions?
Good morning. Once again, another good presentation. I appreciate the application and congratulations on your 50th year. That's a huge hurdle and milestone. I don't have any questions. I think you answered everything we had with a very thorough presentation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, any comments or questions?
Just echo what a lot of others have said. Kristen, congratulations and thank you for the thoroughness of your presentation.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
I have no additional comments or questions. Thank you for your presentation and for the work that you do here on the island.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you for your time.
let's move on to our next presenter. If the Hilton Head Island Wine and Food Festival is available.
Yes, give me just one moment. Let me get Jeff on the line. Jeff? There he is. You're mute.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just turning off Facebook so we didn't get that wicked echo going through the room. Well, first off, my name's Jeff Gerber. I'm the Executive Director for the Hilton Head Wine and Food Festival, and I really wanted to thank everybody for your time and effort. I know how much paperwork that we turn in and times that by 30 some applicants, and I can only imagine how much time and effort it takes for all of you. So thank you for that. Thank you for your for the opportunity to present for the festival. As I said, we sent you a lot of information in the package, so I don't really want to repeat any of that. You've just seen it. If you've got questions, we'll get to that, of course, in the question and answer session. The big thing about ATAX is it's all about heads and beds. And to kind of hit that off, I want to share a video real quick with everyone to show what we're doing for that. So let me see if I can do this without messing anything up. Where'd it go? Let's see. It's all right. It was working this morning. Share. Share. There we go.
I can't hear it. Can anybody else hear it?
No.
Okay.
Jeff, if you want to send those links, if there's links to those things, if you want to send them to Zendaya, so she'll send them to us separately. We can then review them later
Okay.
on. I don't want to fuss with this and use up your time, on the technical stuff, so to speak.
Yeah, other than that was my big haymaker. She had the link. Do you still have the link, Zendaya?
I do, yes.
Can you
Okay.
play it real quick, or is it gonna?
Let me
be a
see
hassle?
if I can get them to play. Bear with me just one moment. No, it's not doing it from my end either. So what I'll do is I will email them to you all. Let me see. Let me try one more thing. What was that password, Jeff?
Just a second.
Found it. Okay.
Like the crowds were here 30 years ago.
Okay, thank you for trying, Zendaya. That's kind of just the love of technology.
Did it play?
You can't hear it. I don't know why.
Huh. Okay, I will email that to them here in just a few moments, okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your help with that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Wow, that's curveball. So sure, one more. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's kind of thrown me off. So moving on, we were kind of the last large event before COVID. They actually closed us down in the middle of our festival in 2020. We had Monday through Friday events, and then Friday the world changed. And then we were also the first large event that came back to the island after we kind of started coming out of the COVID world. So that was kind of a unique position for us and pretty interesting. So the thing we learned from that was just flexibility. I don't know if you know, but Charleston Wine and Food, when they couldn't do theirs in March, they just canceled the event for 2021, and we were able to move to September. We appreciate you allowing us the flexibility when we submitted things to go, hey, I know you're normally in the spring, but this is a great event, and we'd like to still see it occur. So we were able to pull that off. 2020 went great. The history of the festival is it kind of moves every 5, 6, 7 years, and we've been in Sea Pines for about the last 6 years, and we signed 2 3-year contracts, and it had come to an end, and it was just kind of time to move the festival again. The town came to us and asked if we wanted to be in Celebration Park, and it was brand new, and it looked amazing, and it was right near Caligny Plaza, and it was near the beach, and we're like, yeah, why not? You know, the beach is what brings people to the island. I mean, there's a lot of other great things. So we moved to Celebration Park. There is a lot of pent up demand. I'm kind of a nerd. I actually watch all of these. Zendaya will tell you when they were in person, I'd be sitting in there and listening because I learn a lot from a lot of these other events, and it helps us get better. But that pent up demand really showed. Normally we sell out our grand tasting and our VIP tickets either the week of the festival or the week prior. This year we sold out the grand tasting over 60 days before the festival. We sold the VIP out 60 days before the festival, and we sold the Stay Gold event out 40 days before the festival. So we had real efficient marketing as far as selling tickets. And all those events are $100 or higher tickets. So that kind of helps bring a high quality clientele to the island. I also think, I mean, you never know, but I think as you're selling those farther out in advance, I think it suggests that a lot of those are tourists, people who are making plans. We all know the locals, they like to wait until they see the weather and what's going to happen 3 days out. And there are locals, and I'm not trying to say there aren't. There's probably about a third of them, but we took that as a very positive sign of what's going on, the new location, and just people wanting to get back to the event. And then most of our events are outside, so it's a lot safer. The other thing that went really well for us is we had a new partner that we found this year, and that's the South Carolina Department of Agriculture. And they've got 3 programs that are important to them. They do the Fresh on the Menu program, the Certified SC program, and their Chef Ambassador program. Unfortunately, when we picked a date, I didn't know that there was this event in Greenville called Euphoria. And I guess it happens the 3rd week of every September, and everybody knows that if they live up there. And the Department of Agriculture has been partnering with them for the last 8 years. So they were only kind of stuck their toe in the water this year. They helped us with our Stay Gold event, our VIP area. But we've already met with them since the festival. They're excited. They want to be even more involved next year. And I think those are things that are just going to make the event better, because when you start, their mission is to promote South Carolina products. So I think when people visit from Georgia or North Carolina or Napa or Texas, they want to try local foods. They want to learn about local products. And I think that just is going to make that partnership is going to make everything better and better. I'm sorry if you sound discombobulated. Not having that video really like feels like mama smacked me on the head for misbehaving or something. For Mr. Berghausen and Mr. Fluker, we talked about efficiency last year and the different types of events and the different types of tourists that different events bring, but I also know there's some new people that are on the board this year, and I kind of wanted to revisit that so they don't get left behind. because initially it looks like we're expensive. We usually get 125 or $130,000 and we put a couple thousand tourists in heads and, but it's all about heads and beds. When you see that video, I think you're going to be amazed, because my first thought when I saw that video was I was just going to play the video and shut up and not talk about anything else. It turned out so well. But I think there's a couple different events. So if we go to just cost per tourist, I think sometimes you're comparing apples and oranges. That's obviously my opinion. And I'm not charged with protecting ATAX dollars, although we take our stewardship of those dollars very seriously. And I think it's kind of like Google ads. If you just go buy a generic Google ad, it's 30 cents. If you go, we want women 40 to 65, we want them interested in food and wine and travel and home interior decoration, those things get a lot more expensive. And when you're working to attract those people to the island, it costs more money. And those people that come to the island, I got a slide I'm going to share at the end. 25% of the people who attend with us are 200K or higher for household income. So those are the people that we're trying to attract that come and spend the money. So I don't know really what the answer is, but I think there's different ways to see it. Obviously, I'm going to see it in the light that's best for me because I'm biased. I'm not going to lie about that. But the other thing I would say is our partners use this to bring additional guests to the island. Sonesta uses it for a FAM event, a familiarization event, where their booking agents come to the island and they take them to the Hilton Head Wine and Food Festival. And then those people go back to their call center where people book trips from all over the country and possibly all over the world. And they've already bought 45 tickets for next year for bringing people for the FAM event. And I don't know how to track those numbers. I mean, I'm sure that this is going to be their 4th year doing that. I'm sure if it didn't work, they would have quit because it cost them a fair chunk of money. But I don't know how to put those numbers in front of you like, hey, Weston invited all these FAM people. They went and put X amount of heads and beds over the course of the year that aren't the wine festival. Marriott Vacation Club uses us to sell timeshares, and they either invite people who don't have any timeshares with them, or they invite people that already have timeshares and go, hey, don't you have a great time for this week on Hilton Head? You ought to get a second week. And those are all hard things for us to measure, other than the fact that they come. I mean, Marriott Vacation Club's already signed up for next year too. They're like, hey, what's the dates? We're coming back. We're going to do this. So this is great. And I kind of use, and I also agree though, with people like Mr. Hollis from the Gullah Festival and Mr. Henderson from the Preserve. You know, they said, maybe we don't attract people, but once they find us, they make their experience on Hilton Head so much better. And I agree with that. And I think it's like baking a cake. You need all the ingredients. Some ingredients cost a little more, some ingredients cost a lot less. But if you've ever tried to bake a cake without one of the ingredients, all it takes is one ingredient to kind of mess it up. So I think that we do a great job of driving tourism here. And I think you're going to see that in the video again when you get to play it on your own. But I also agree with those people. If people go and see Rex at the Coastal Discovery Museum, I also don't know that a lot of people go, hey, I'm going to go to Hilton Head because of the sandbox. But I think once they get to Hilton Head and they go to the sandbox, it's amazing. I don't even have kids and I'm impressed. I mean, the interactive in there, they're teaching kids about farm to table food already. But I don't know that people are sitting in, like one of the people in the videos from Buffalo, New York. I don't think he's sitting in Buffalo going, hey, let's go to the sandbox. But I do think they get down there and go, hey, I bet our grandkids would love to go here next door. So I think all that is unfortunately was put on your shoulders to balance. But I kind of want to address that because I know it's coming up anyway, because I've been talking to y'all for a couple of years. I also wanted to talk about, you guys asked the chamber about their additional request. And you're like, hey, aren't we just kind of passing money through? And I think it's a very valid question. My answer is I kind of see it as a no, and I'd like to explain that. And that's because if they didn't ask for the money, then I would ask for more money because I take that out of my budget, number one. Number two, they market the island 365 days a year. I don't. I mean, I market it as much as I can, but it's not my level of expertise because I've got to do budgets and sponsors and volunteers and wineries and partners. And the other thing I've seen that the chamber do is they'll take large events like the Heritage, like the Concourse, like the Seafood Festival, like us. And when they're marketing us, they'll market smaller festivals too. So you get the benefit of those marketing those extra dollars that you're giving to them, and they're using them to market everybody. And they're saying, hey, look at these big events you might have come for anyway. You know, come check out the Gullah Festival. You probably haven't heard about that because we only started advertising that a couple of years ago. But since you're already looking at concourse, you know, look at this. So I think that those really help. And so I think it's not really a pass through. I mean, I think a lot of the people that are here that are partnering with the chamber would end up asking for more money if the chamber doesn't. And then you've also got a group that's looking at 365 or 30,000 foot effect. And they're looking at marketing. And if I go, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, they might go, hey, the concourse is already doing that, Jeff. You're just going to duplicate their efforts. And so I think it overall, you'll see more efficient use of the tax or the A-tax dollars. That, once again, that's just my opinion. 2022, here it comes. We're going back to March. We just got done 30 days ago. We had talked about going to May, like stepping back because they're like, oh, that's kind of crazy. And we went out and talked to our partners and talking to people like the Beach House and Marriott Vacation Club and Sonesta and the Westin and wine partners and restaurant partners. And they're going, Jeff, wedding season's May. That's crazy. We need help in March. So even though it's kind of a challenge, we're going right back to March. So we actually launched ticket sales last Thursday. So we're continuing to go. I can tell you, we've sold 25% of our VIP tickets and our grand tasting tickets in the first week, despite the fact that a lot of those people were here 33 days ago on the island. So I think once again, that shows the strength of the festival, that it brings people to the island. I'm sure there are some locals that bought those tickets, but I think most people that are buying tickets 5 and 6 months out from events are usually people planning to travel. Wrapping it up because I'm running out of time because my video didn't work. We're going to ask for $130,000 this year. That's the exact same amount we asked for the first year I was in charge, which was 2015. We haven't asked for more money. The price of advertising has gone up considerably since 2015. We try and be really efficient with our money. As you probably saw from my budgets, I probably overanalyze everything, but I think that's what you almost have to do. And that money is important to us because that is our advertising budget. And that's how we bring those people. Once again, when you see that video, you're going to see people talking about Buffalo, Indiana, Ohio, Napa Valley, Texas, people going, I drove up from Houston to come to this event because I saw it online. And the other thing we need to do this year, because we built our last website in 2015, is we need to build a new website. So kind of every dollar counts this year. I do want to share, this is our, let's see if I can do this without messing it up. What am I doing? Oh, escape. Never mind. I'm not going to share it. I'm just going to mess things up. I'm running out of time. But the average stay on Hilton Head is 4.5 days for the people attending the festival. 66% of the people that attend the festival came from 50 miles away or farther. 25% had 200,000 K or higher for household income. Only 18% have kids living at home, and 77% of them are married. So we attract a well-educated crowd. They have money. They like to spend it on food, wine, and travel. And they book a lot of hotel rooms. They're staying 4.5 days. I want to thank you for your years of support. We're getting ready to send our scholarship donations to TCL and USCB in another week because we just got our money in from the festival. That's going to bring us to $95,000 in scholarships that we've given to those two institutions over the last 8.5 years. And that doesn't include another $20,000 check that we wrote to TCL to help them build their new culinary kitchen that they're going to unveil next month. So thank you, and I'd love to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. We'll start this time with Ms. Johnson. Do you have any comments or questions?
Good morning. I had one question and you answered it for me. I wanted to know how the September 18th event went, and congratulations on your new partnerships and that it was successful. I will watch the video. I look forward to seeing it. Zendaya has already sent that to us. And I just want to commend you as a comment for your contributions to scholarships for TCL, the new culinary program, and USCB, because we need to enhance the talent that we have to serve our tourists and visitors and locals so well. So thank you for that. And thank you for your presentation.
My pleasure, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Arnold, any comments or questions?
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. You have a wonderful event. There's no question there. This one is a challenge for me because the request is, again, $130,000 for a 4-day event at a high cost per visitor. I'm hoping we can have open discussion. I'm hoping there's plenty of funding to move forward with it. But again, it's a big ask for a 4-day event. I don't know the answer to that. Again, going back to your request from 2015 for the same amount, how are we looking moving forward? Are we going to see these requests go down? This would be year 6 of an ATAX application for your event. Where do you see the future in the next 3 to 5 years on your request to the ATAX committee?
Well, one of the things we did, Mr. Arnold, was when we started planning, it was October of 2020, and we didn't know what was going to happen in the world. So we actually shrank the number of days. We did 4 less events this year than we did last year. So we're already looking at adding more days next year. I'm not sure. I think the goal is more to grow the event into the money as opposed to shrink the money. And that had always been the goal. In 2020, we'd actually been talking to the Westin about trying to put on some sort of concert in May, which obviously after March of 2020 didn't happen. And it kind of, after years of planning and talking to them like, hey, let's do this. And we've also had plans for years to do off-cycle events, and we had started to do that in 2019 and had plans for that in 2020 to keep our name out there and to drive other events. Like we did an October event in 2019. So we're looking to do more things like that and things that draw even more tourists. I would also cycle back to, it is a 4-day event. But once again, those partners, our hotel partners, are using that for selling. Sonesta uses it to sell it to large groups, which is kind of, we don't know when those are going to come back yet. And the Westin is bringing in all those booking agents to say, hey, here's the island. And so how many rooms do we see from them bringing in 40, 45 people to go back to the call center and promote those? And I have no idea how to track that. I don't even want to take a guess at that because that would just be disingenuous. But the honest answer is the goal is to continue to grow and expand like it had been in 2019 before, the world kind of got set aside.
Sure. Thank you very much. I would like to see we keep going back to this. There's no way of measuring it. We need to figure out a way to measure it. And I don't know what that answer is either, but just saying what we're depending on the hotel is to capture that data, and we can't see their efficiency. We're charged on this committee to make sure that we're funding events that can be measured to see the results. So I know your ticket sales are there. The event is growing. I wish you nothing but this large success and that you continue to grow it. But as we grow, we need to look at how we're going to use these ATAX fundings to promote your event. But best of luck moving forward. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Farrell, any comments or questions?
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. I know that was difficult losing the video, but you did a nice recovery. And we do like to get some data on the measurables. And you said on a few occasions that you watch other people's presentations, and you can probably learn from some of them on how they collect that data to help us support our charge, because we do have a very specific charge. I also like the fact that you support the culinary arts and excluding those 4 days via the TCL, and because the better the food quality on the island, the more tourism is driven, and is a very difficult thing to measure. But I do think it was noteworthy, and I'm glad that you shared that you do support those programs. So thank you. I appreciated your recovery after losing something that you were depending on, and congratulations on your great event. We do like to get that data though, and you're obviously very well aware of that we do want that data.
Yeah, hopefully, thank you, Mr. Farrell. Hopefully you guys should have saw, because I rode USCB because I didn't have 2021 data to send you because the grant was due on the 3rd, so I sent 2019, but I forwarded all that data to Cindy and Renee after we got the 21 results from the USCB surveys. So I hope, did that get to everyone or not?
I saw the survey.
Yeah.
Okay,
We got the survey results.
okay. So we'll add on, we'll look at making more robust presentations as far as data specific in the future.
Mr. Berghausen, any comments or questions?
I was going to make a comment about the survey. I think you did a great job in that you all know more about the people attending your event than I think just about anybody else I've seen so far. So I tip my cap to that that research. That takes a special effort to gather that data and analyze it. That said, what's already been said is the cost per tourist is high at about $62 per tourist. But if you divide that by the 2%, that means you need the average tourist to spend about $3,000 on accommodations for us to get that $60 back. It's because of your survey that, you know, we can get some comfort that that just might happen, because your survey documents that over 90% stay for more than a day, 75% for more than 3 days, 12% for more than 8 days. So while I'd prefer that number be less than $60 a tourist, it's because of your special efforts in doing the survey that it gives me some comfort as a member of ATAC that, hey, maybe this still works because of the data you're bringing to us. So that's my comment. Thank you for the special effort to bring the data to support what otherwise looks like a very large request.
Thank you, Mr. Berghausen.
All right, Jeffrey, having made many presentations in my lifetime where things did not go well with the either the technology or otherwise, you did a fantastic job. And again, the question of drivers and such, you know, I'm one of those that goes to a specific location for a specific event, and then whatever else is going on at that time, I take in. So you have people coming here for your event. Now, obviously, that's a showcase event, and they're taking in all these other events. So it's hard to quantify and that you know, when you're talking about $62 a head, but they're doing all these other things as well. And whether or not we recoup all that in ATAX money, we're getting it back in other ways. If with the restaurants and other things that they do, other sales they make, other purchases they make and such while they're here that may or may not pay that specific tax back, they're paying, also making other taxes. They're putting people to work and other things. So we would like to see, again, more efficiency in the numbers and such. You know, it is a smaller event, but what you're talking about are people with more means than a lot of people when they come here and are going to stay for a lot longer period of time. So thank you, and we'll look forward to seeing you again, perhaps next year, I guess.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you, everyone, for your time this morning.
Okay, so right now we're scheduled to take a break, and if the members do not object, let's keep this break to its about 7 minutes now, and let's recess until 10:50, at which time the Hilton Head Choral Society will make their presentation. All right, this committee will be in recess until 10:50. All right, it's 10:50. Do we have all the members back on the on our call? I see Mr. Berghausen is there. Zendaya, are we all back on?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right, do you have the members of the Choral Society?
Yes, I have Miss Marjorie. Miss Margie? There she is.
Anytime you're ready, Margie.
We can't hear you. You must be mute on your side, Miss Margie. I know you're unmuted, but
Now?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, can't do with headphones. And let me turn up my volume here. There we go.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, am I
Yes.
supposed to be hearing something right now? Or are we still waiting?
Margie, are you on?
Yes, this is the beginning. I brought a few friends with me.
I've
I
got
actually
nothing.
don't hear anything, Miss Margie.
Here.
I'll sing if it pleases the committee.
I got it, Will. Margie, why don't you go ahead with an oral presentation if you can.
All right, sorry, can you see this, the slideshow?
No.
No, have you started to share your screen?
Oh, that's my problem. Hang on. Sorry. There we go. All right, can you see it now?
No.
Not yet.
Hang on. Share screen, here we go.
It's coming up now.
There we go. All right, can you see it?
Not yet.
Got a rotating wheel right now.
My screen has paused. Why is that? Ah,
I can share it from my end, Miss Margie.
Why don't you try to
That'd
pick
be
it?
easier. Miss Margie,
yes, I'm sorry.
I said I can share it from my end and then you can just let me know when to advance the slide.
Let's try this one more time. Sharing. All right, in the interest of time, I guess we should just do that. I don't know why that is not working. Resume share.
Today, why don't you go ahead and put on the show and then have Margie lead you through it. There you go.
I'm gonna advance to the next slide just because that one wasn't sharing. And then Miss Margie, you can start.
All right, well, thank you all for this opportunity. Unfortunately, the first slide was, as I had mentioned, I brought a few friends with me via video and just to share with you a little bit of our performance. But in the interest of time, I guess we will skip that. As you know, or hope you know, that the mission of the Choral Society is we're now in our 45th year, and we are here to provide the joy of music to the community and to our guests from off of the island. And also putting an emphasis on diversity, community engagement, the joy of singing, and inclusion. So if you could advance. This is just a selection of the programs that we have been providing over our 45-year history. We are the longest tenured arts organization on the island. We traditionally present 4 concerts a year: a fall pops concert, a holiday concert, a springs master concert. And then the next slide, please. Our Salute to America at 2 performances on Memorial Day weekend. Next slide, please. As I said, we are a non-audition choir. These photos just show some of our interactions. In the lower left, you'll see that is the Paris Island Marine Corps Band, who joins us at opportunities, especially the Memorial Day weekend concert. To the right, you'll see our special, that was the special salute after the September 11th tragedy. And above it is a photo where we engage youth choirs to participate with us as well. Next slide. This is our current season, 2021-2022. Unfortunately, due to the COVID epidemic, we had reduced the season to 3 performances rather than 4. So we are continuing to see the adverse impact of COVID on the association. Obviously, a reduced number of performances will reduce our bottom line income from ticket sales and patrons and sponsors and to that end. So we are still a little concerned about the financial picture this current performance season. Next slide, please. As I said, unfortunately, our season was cut short in that we had to cancel our performances in all of 2020, the last 2 of our 2019-2020 season, and have reduced our season to 3 performances this year as opposed to 4. Next slide. This just shows you some of our financial hit that we have taken in terms of our operating income over the seasons. And of course, we have had no data to report to you for that full canceled season. One of the challenges that we are facing at this particular time is an unfortunate circumstance with regard to our performance location. The Presbyterian Church, they have set down their provisions for seating and have reduced our performance allowed attendance to only 400 participants. And that includes the singers, the musicians, the box office, the stagehands, and so forth. So 2019, we had a sold out Christmas concert with 886 attendance. This year, we are limited to selling 316 tickets, which will be a projected loss of almost $5,000. And we do not know for 2022 if that seating capacity reduction will continue for our spring and Memorial Day concerts. Next slide. We also serve as a community partner. There's one more data. There we go. So the upper left is just showing performances to the residents at the Cypress, where we had previously held our rehearsals. That's no longer the case, again, a result of the pandemic. And then helping the Deep Well project, and also the lower left slide is for our Christmas concert each year, the members of the Choral Society are asked to donate musical type toys, which are then all distributed. The last one went to the Toys for Tots program. These also form our decorations for our Christmas concert. And even though last year we did not have our Christmas concert, we still did the toy drive as part of our community partnership. Next slide. Also engaging in community efforts. This is something that's coming up in February of 2020. The Choral Society is co-sponsoring a concert of the Low Country chapter of the American Heart Association. And we are also hoping that this will, or we're confident this will bring in some tourists to this program, to attend this program as well. But again, community participation and also linking to our Gullah population. Next slide. Our request this year is for $40,000, again, to cover or to go towards our marketing costs. Our total marketing budget is actually more than that. It's about $10,000 more, but we're asking for this subsidy from the ATEX committee, and it again go to our marketing efforts. We are continuing working in these areas, expanding our digital marketing efforts, and that way that gives us a broader reach. Next slide. This just identifies the very extensive marketing plan that we currently have in place for this season. And I want to point out that if you go down about mid-screen to the rack cards, one of the things that we have done is that we've established a relationship with the area hotels. We do provide them with rack card information for display. They're at the front desk. Our marketing committee chair has engaged the hotels, the concierge, and so forth across the island to make sure that their hotel guests are aware of our concerts and our performance nights. Next slide. This is showing our Facebook media information, and the ATEX dollars have gone to the expansion of our digital media impact. You'll see that we are showing increases. Just to kind of clarify, the increase is based on the fact that January 2021 through September 22, although the digits don't show that there's an increase, the increase is based on the fact that we had 50% fewer ads than the previous year, and also this is just showing our January through September numbers. So based on fewer time period, less time period, and fewer ads, you're seeing an increase. Our typical increase to our Facebook page has been with regard to concert information. And so with no concerts, there was no additional information, but we did continue to market via our Facebook page and the other digital resources just to keep us in front of our public's eye, even though we were not performing. We did a huge, our COVID project was actually taking a huge time to go back and compile the 45 years of our history. That's why you saw those poster pictures. And we intend to do, in the future, do a display on the island at some point in a public space, perhaps the library. We've been talking about that with them, again, to keep us out there in front of our local public, as well as in places where our visitors might see us as well. Next slide. This is regard to our Hilton Head Chamber ad, and you can see the increases that we received on that. Again, we partner with the chamber and publish in their publication, which of course has a huge distribution as well. Next slide. This shows the data of our residents and tourists and their various original locations and making Hilton Head a destination. As I heard some of my colleagues share, yes, we know people don't come to the island specifically per se for the Hilton Head Choral Society concerts, although we wish that would be the case. We do have a wide reach of our audience. Next slide. We thank you for this opportunity to present to you, and we do invite you to join us on December 10th for our holiday concert. And that concludes the slide presentation.
Right. Thank you. Thank you,
And I'm
Margie.
anticipating your questions, of course, because we have the same question that the other organizations have, which is how do we increase our reach? How do we attract additional tourists to the area? As the previous gentleman was just sharing, it's difficult to actually get those numbers. We do trace track our ticket sales by zip code, so we have that information. One of the things that we can't track is, and we have to obviously come up with a better means of doing this, and probably a survey would be the best way to do it. If a resident buys multiple tickets, they are only registered as the purchaser and their geographics are registered. However, they may be buying for friends, relatives, visitors that are coming to the island at that particular time, and those people will be the ones that will be dining in the restaurants and shopping at our various merchants, and maybe not staying with their host but staying in a hotel. But again, we haven't actually figured the best way to track that information.
All right, thank you. Mr. Arnold, do you have any comments or questions?
Just thank you for your presentation. I'm sure you guys are ready to get back to folks and let the vocal strings run. So I don't have any questions. I thank you for the application.
All right, thank you. Mr. Farrell, any comments or questions?
No, I have neither. I just thank you, Margie, for your presentation and congratulations on all your successes.
Thank you.
Mr. Berghausen.
Here's Mr. Berghausen. Well, my question is obvious, Margie. It's the reality is that these are tourism dollars. We got to spend them to promote tourism. So we need you to make the case how it's investing our money through you promotes tourism. And the history here is a little more challenging than most, for sure. The cost per tourist is quite high and has been going the wrong direction. But of course, we got I'm willing to look past that, but we need the reasons to believe that that this number will become more favorable, that you can be more efficient with our dollars. And the extent to which we can support this, to me, depends on how scarce ATAX dollars turn out to be.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know the amount of money we have to award yet. I'm just saying, if we get to a point where we have a lot more requests than we have money to give, it's a place like this that's vulnerable, and I'm only being candid with you, to try to get the number down or help us by in the future attracting more tourists and make our job easy.
Right. And we absolutely understand that. And we know this has been the question historically. And also the same question that obviously Beaufort County ATEX is asking, and I will be with them next Tuesday talking about that. One of the other things that in the response that I was requested to send yesterday, and hopefully you did all receive that and get a chance to read it. One of the other things that we are hoping that will increase is that we said in there that we just hired our new artistic director. Tim Reynolds is leaving us after 22 years of amazing service to the organization. And Dr. Osley has a very strong history in community music. I only put his current positions. He had about a 8-page vita of all the places where he has engaged in music community, performed, and so forth. And so we're hoping that some of his audience, so to speak, his former audiences members will come down to hear him in particular. And also, as we said, some of his students have already expressed interest in joining the choral society here and participating. So that typically means mom, dad, and grandma and grandpa will be trailing along as well. So we're hoping that's another plus.
One follow-up question. If I'm a tourist and I call in and I buy 6 tickets and give you my out-of-town zip code, you count that as 6 tourists or 1 tourist?
I actually would have to get back to you on that. I'm assuming that they're doing it, if they're buying it, that it's based on individual ticket sales. So yes, that so every ticket purchaser. But again, I'd have to clarify that for you.
Maybe you're not counting all the tourists you could.
Yes,
I don't want you to miss tourists. That was my point.
Yes, that is a very good point.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation, and I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
I would simply echo some of the questions that have already been asked and also the congratulations on the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Again,
I also just wanted to add too that I believe it was in there that we were fortunate to receive a South Carolina Cares grant for the previous calendar year that was in the amount of $49,788. So that was a nice little windfall that kept us solvent with our loss of revenue. And we continue to pursue other grant opportunities that we might come across that would help us. Obviously, all arts organizations are suffering. All organizations are suffering. So we don't want to say that we're totally putting the ball in your court for our funding. Obviously, as I said, it's not our full marketing budget, but we are obviously concerned that we will most likely have to tap into our reserve account, which is $78,000. And if you look at our annual expenses, that $78,000 is not going to go a long way. And there is historical data that it's very difficult for arts organizations with a 2-year hiatus to come back. And we would all hate to see this 45-year institution disappear.
well, I mean, you'll have to endure. I mean, that's just one of those deals. What doesn't kill us hopefully makes us stronger.
Absolutely.
And I know you have the limitations that your facility has placed on you, at least through the end of the year, which is your major right there. So again, we don't know like you, we don't know what we have to work with at this point.
Right.
So all we can do is tell everybody, we'd love to fund everybody fully. That may not be the reality. Last year was an anomaly because everybody were producing less product, so to speak. And so their asks were not as big. And so we had the opportunity last year to have what we haven't had in my 4 years here, a surplus of funds.
Right, which was very surprising.
Yes, and I do not anticipate that this year. I would be surprised. I would love it if we did, so we could do some out-of-cycle grants again, but we just don't know. So hopefully there will be funding for everybody. But so thank you for your presentation. And
I did have two quick questions.
Sure.
One, that we're assuming then that there will not be any rollover dollars, or is that still something on the table?
We will not know. We've been told, and Zendaya can kick in if she wants. We won't know until at least next week or just before our meeting on the 4th, what there will be in available funds. There may be funds that will roll over. We don't know at this point. We don't,
Right.
as a committee, don't know.
Okay, and just in helping us sort of target, do you all have a per tourist dollar amount that you'd like to see the organizations shooting for?
I don't know that there is the ideal situation. I mean, we've seen them in our presentations anywhere from, you know, $100 per tourist all the way down to less than $3 a tourist. You know, ultimately, I don't know. We've not set that, and that's one of the things our members talked about earlier this year are the metrics that we use.
Right.
We're 7 individuals all coming from different points of view. We have myself, who's an at-large member. We have people in the cultural field, hospitality, lodging. These are our membership. They all have their certain their bends, what they look for. What we have to do, like a jury would. I was trial attorney for 30 years. We have to get of one mind in about 2 weeks, 7 of us, to decide how to disperse these funds. And sometimes it's a mathematical game. I mean, we look at what we have, we go up and down the list of 32 applicants. And sometimes it's just a matter of shifting a few $1,000s here, a few $1,000s there. I mean, just to try to make it fair to all these groups, because every group has something to offer this island. That they don't come to us unless they have something to offer. It's just the reality is sometimes we don't have enough to give back to them. So that's where we're at.
Can I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Obviously, lower cost per tourist is better to me, and I can only speak as one of seven members. Lower is better, but that's not the absolute. It's an important ingredient, and it's particularly when we have an allocation challenge where we can't grant everything everybody wants. There's got to be some leveler, and that's one of the best we have. But if you do the math here, we'll find that we have some below $10 per tourist, and that's really pretty strong. I don't know that it's realistic to ask everybody to be down there, but there's a considerable group in the 20s, and maybe even scratch into 30s, but then there's not that many that break out above that. They get funded, but at $20 per tourist, if you say that results from a 2% accommodations tax, if you divide 20 by 2%, that means that tourist has to spend $1,000 on accommodations and pay a 2% tax for us to get the $20 back. And if they come, if the attendees come as a couple, then that couple needs to spend $2,000 on accommodations for us to break even.
Wow.
Again, I'm not saying for me that's the absolute drop dead gotta have it, but in terms of sharing a guide with you, I think that's a reasonable kind of guide. Ask yourself, is it reasonable to think that my tourists would spend that much money?
Okay.
Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions from any members of the committee? All right. Thank you, Margie.
Thank you.
Do we have a representative from the Hilton Head Dance Theater available?
Yes, they are coming in.
Okay.
We'll give them just one moment. Hello.
Hello.
I'm not sure if her audio is there yet.
Lori, can you hear us?
Yeah.
I think you're muted.
Lori, you're muted. There we go. Lori, you're muted.
I am.
There you go.
Hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So are we all set?
Yep. Anytime you're ready.
Okay, good morning. My name is Lori Finger, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hilton Head Dance Theater. And before we, I'm going to go ahead and try to get my PowerPoint up and share my screen. That's the first thing to do. Can you see it?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, let's try that again. Where is, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. There you go. We got your screen. There you go.
Is that better?
That's perfect.
Okay, thumbs up if you can, everybody can see it. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Before we start, I would like to point out that all of the photos used in this presentation, they're not stock photos. These are actual photos of our dancers in our handmade costumes in our productions. This particular photo was taken on the stage of the Art Center of Coastal Carolina. It's the second act of the Nutcracker. This is an older photo, excuse me, probably from about 2004, but it's one of our favorites because it's one of the few photos that we have with a large number of the cast members all on stage at one time. So here we go. Our history. I would like to take a moment to tell you a little bit about who we are, for those of you who may not be familiar. For over 35 years, Hilton Head Dance Theater has been committed to fostering an appreciation of dance as an art form among Lowcountry residents and visitors alike. That's been our stated mission from the very beginning. Since the mid-'80s, the Hilton Head Dance School and the Hilton Head Dance Theater have worked hand in hand to enhance the beauty of our island with the beauty of dance. The Hilton Head Dance School's purpose is to instruct students with a focus on classical ballet. The school strives to provide top-level faculty in which most have achieved high levels of certification with the American Ballet Theater. Our faculty is highly experienced and highly talented and committed to their purpose. The Hilton Head Dance Theater, on the other hand, separate organization, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization and is responsible for all aspects of each production that we put on, including renting the venue, hiring the technical staff, hiring the guest artists, conducting ticket sales, and doing the marketing and the advertising. I mentioned all of that to clarify the difference between the Hilton Head Dance School and the Hilton Head Dance Theater. Now, this is Karina Brock Carlisle. Karina is she is the heart and soul of both organizations. The school is owned and run by Karina and her husband, John Carlisle, and they also serve on the board of directors of the Hilton Head Dance Theater, and they serve as artistic directors of the Hilton Head Dance Theater. Karina had an incredible experience as a professional dancer. She danced with the American Ballet Theater, considered one of the finest ballet companies in the world during its golden era, and she shared the stage with such luminaries as Mikhail Baryshnikov, Rudolf Nureyev, and Cynthia Gregory. She traveled the world with the American Ballet Theater, and she danced at the White House for 2 presidents. It is truly astounding that in a community of our size that we have somebody with her background among us, teaching our young students and at the helm of all the artistic decisions related to our productions. And we, of course, thank you. We're grateful to the town and the Accommodations Tax Committee, all of you, for all the time you're putting into this application process. We appreciate your dedication to improving and expanding arts and culture on Hilton Head Island. I love this picture too, as to me, we have, this is one of the best pictures we have that says Hilton Head Dance sort of all in one image. One of our dancers who started with us when she was 3 or 4 years old and stayed with us through her graduation from high school, went on to study dance at Point Park University in Pittsburgh. She's recently graduated from there. And it's just the fact that she's on the beach at sunrise in this beautiful image, I think, as I say, says Hilton Head Dance very clearly. Our request. Hilton Head Dance Theater is asking for $19,000 to support marketing and advertising efforts to promote the 2022 production of Terpsichore and the 2022 production of The Nutcracker. These two productions are the anchors of our performance season. And I want to take a minute to talk a little bit about Terpsichore and what it is. Terpsichore was the Greek muse of dance. And we've taken that name and given it to a production that we typically do in the spring or the summer, which is a mixed rep program. In other words, the program will include classical ballet pieces. It will include jazz pieces staged by Kathleen Watkins, who was the dance captain for Fosse on Broadway before she moved here to Bluffton. And it will also feature original choreography. And the original choreography is often done by the young man you see in this photo, our ballet master. His name is Jamal Edwards. He started with us when he was 13 years old as a student, went on to graduate from high school, stayed with us all that time, studied dance at the University of Alabama, and then has returned as a teacher, a dancer, a choreographer, and ballet master. He's an essential part of our organization. Some of the original choreography is also done by the young lady in the middle in the red and the white. That's Sydney Cullen. And she is a very talented budding choreographer. We're very proud of her. She's about to graduate from Hilton Head Christian Academy, and she too will study dance at Point Park University in Pittsburgh. The show must go on. Our 2020 production of The Nutcracker. As we've mentioned, the production was filmed at the Art Center of Coastal Carolina without an audience. There wasn't anybody in there other than the performers and the technical staff. The recording was then edited into a full-length movie. Over the course of a weekend, we rented all 5 theaters at Park Plaza Cinemas. This year's Nutcracker, we return to live performances. Opening night will be Friday, November 12th. And we continue through Sunday on November 21st, all at the Seahawk Cultural Center. Last year's production of Terpsichore was a live performance at the Art Center of Coastal Carolina, but we were restricted by limited seating. And in 2021, we were also able to present Terpsichore 2 and Eloise, productions that feature our younger dancers. And the showcase at the Seahawk, we brought a company over from Savannah, and they shared the stage with us. That was in August of 2021. And Plie on the May, we just had that event in October or early October, and it has become an annual outdoor event. And for the last 2 years, we have recorded it and then made it available online. And I think you saw a picture of that earlier. Am I right? Yes, right here. This is Plie on the May. And this we have been holding at a private home in Bluffton. It's right behind the Church of the Cross. And you can see the beautiful, stunning backdrop of the May River. It really does make for a beautiful low country event. That's Plie on the May. And the challenges that we faced along with everyone else due to COVID-19. The photo on the left is our poster up on the marquee at Park Plaza Cinemas. And the first year we made it to the big screen, we were trying to make the best of a difficult situation. We only sold 455 tickets to 30 showings at Park Plaza Cinemas, and then 117 individuals or families chose to watch it online. And unfortunately, Park Plaza Cinema software does not record contact information, so it was difficult for us to determine the actual number of residents, visitors, or tourists. We did have a table out front. We were selling merchandise out front, and we talked to a lot of the individuals that attended. Many of them were people who had just pulled into the parking lot of Park Plaza to see what was playing at the movies and attended. So we estimate that about 10% were visitors or tourists based on those personal conversations. And about 85% of the 117 who viewed the online performance were tourists. And then our 2021 production of Terpsichore, we only sold 170 tickets, which is considerably less than what we usually do. And we could only document 32 visitors and 4 tourists at that particular production, which is significantly different from what we typically see. So the COVID impact. This is a picture of the Art Center of Coastal Carolina, the interior with a lot of empty seats. And why did we have limited documented tourists and visitors in 2020 and 2021? Well, patrons did not feel comfortable being indoors with others. And this, of course, was a trend worldwide. We did not have a traditional production of the Nutcracker due to the closure of the theater, or Terpsichore due to the seating restrictions. And due to the uncertainty of the venue availability and the progression of the virus, advertising had to be limited because we couldn't be certain when or where these productions would take place with enough lead time to launch a robust advertising campaign. These young ladies are our current 4 senior dancers, and they will take on the lead roles alongside professional male guest artists when our production of the Nutcracker opens on November 12th. And those are all handmade costumes and headpieces that they're wearing. And they've all been trained at Hilton Head Dance School since they were little, 3-4 years old. I'm very proud of them. But we're returning to live performances. We're back, we're safe, ready for live performances with large crowds, but we need your help. 100% of the requested funding would be used to promote our major productions and to help revive arts and culture on Hilton Head. Returning to pre-pandemic levels. Well, as we enter the fall and holiday season, we've rented the Seahawk Cultural Center for our 37th annual production of the Nutcracker. There are no seating restrictions, but audience members will be masked and performers will be masked backstage. With a robust advertising campaign that is underway now, it is our hope that ticket sales will return to pre-pandemic levels. And our online ticket sales started on Monday, just 3 days ago, and we've already sold significantly more tickets to this year's production than we did to the production at Park Plaza last year. So fingers crossed, where ticket sales are off to a great start. And this slide shows you how our ticket sales have remained consistent over the last couple of years, and our number of tourists and visitors, it fluctuates a little bit from year to year, but certainly significantly higher than what we experienced in 2020 and 2021. There is our iconic Mouse King. He will appear in the Nutcracker alongside a whole bunch of little baby mice. And you see one of them there. Arts and Culture Tourism. The Hilton Head Dance Theater was a founding member of the Arts and Cultural Council of Hilton Head. And that group now works with the resources and the support of the Office of Cultural Affairs and its director. We recently had the opportunity to perform 2 pieces. Our company dancers performed 2 pieces in the opening night celebration of the Crescendo, the month-long celebration of arts and culture. And that was recently held, October 12th it was, at the Shelter Cove Community Park. So we enjoyed that very much, the kickoff to Crescendo. We feel that the performance schedule of the Hilton Head Dance Theater is an important component of the annual arts calendar, and thereby plays a part in both attracting visitors to our area and then offering them an exceptional option for entertainment once they arrive. We get quite a number of people who are spending the winter here on Hilton Head who attend the Nutcracker. They live elsewhere for most of the year, but are here for the winter. We meet people in that situation over and over again every year. So we'd love for you to join us. This year's Nutcracker, as I mentioned, opens on November 12th. Next year's will be in mid-November 2022. That's the one for which we are requesting the funding. And Terpsichore will take place in March of 2022, also at the Seahawk Cultural Center. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We're going to go ahead and start with members of the committee. Mr. Farrell, do you have any questions or comments?
Are you there?
Yes.
Hi.
Sorry. Hi, Lori. Thank you for your presentation, Lori. And I have no questions at this time. I do congratulate you. I'm sure you're excited to be back at the Seahawk Performance Center versus Park Plaza. Park Plaza was nice, but it's nice to be back live. So
right.
We look forward to it. There we are.
There we are.
Difficulty. So I look forward to seeing you there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Berghausen.
He's coming. Well, I'm probably a broken record. Y'all know it, but yeah, the cost per tourist is extraordinarily high, but that's based on a real unusual year. If you get back to your more normal 350 or so tourists, your cost per tourist to us drops to around $50. Tourist, maybe still on the
high side.
High end of our range. Love to see you lower, but then again, I don't want to say that for my vote that everybody has to be exactly the same, or we just have a computer do this. So there is judgment, and this is one factor, and not everybody will get down to that targeted range. So I understand. I just want to say that I think you've made a nice presentation.
Thank you.
We just want to see you keep the pedal to the metal to get that.
Absolutely. Number. Absolutely. And may I say what we tried to do, we know that the numbers of tourists for the spring production or ticket sales in general could be a lot higher. So what we try to do is we try to draw people in with the iconic holiday production of the Nutcracker, inform them who we are, inform them of the level of, the caliber of the productions that we're capable of. And then hopefully the thought is that when they see advertisements for Terpsichore in the spring, that they'll join us at that point. So those are the numbers that we're always trying to increase, and that would help bring down that cost per tourist number significantly if we were able to do that. So that's the goal.
Great. Thanks for the focus and the candor in your presentation. Very nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, any comments or questions?
Good morning. A comment. Thank you for your presentation today and for sending the additional information via email to support your presentation. And again, congratulations on your pivot in 2020 and turning the on-stage production to a big screen theater production. Good job on that. And congratulations on your current ticket sales, which are pacing well versus last year, and just optimistic with you that will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Thomas, any comments or questions?
Just comment, and Lori, thank you for the absolutely captivating photos in that presentation. I mean, if that doesn't say everything about the quality of the organization, of the product, and of the standards of professionalism that you all have, and that reflects well on the island. I mean, it is, the dance theater is clearly one of the paramount performing arts symbols, I would say, of the quality of the community that we have here. And so, your work is very much appreciated, incredibly valuable. And despite the cost per tourist, I mean, one of the things we looked at earlier is the notion that a tourist is not a tourist is not a tourist, that certain groups of tourists tend to spend more here. And generally the performing arts tourism is a much higher spend on average than a lot of the other tourism is. So,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
I just, you know, keep up the incredibly great work. You know, your dedication and devotion to it is one of the reasons it's as good as it is. So
Well,
thank you
thank
for
you.
all of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, any comments or questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions. Just congratulations on getting back into live theater. I applaud you for sticking your toe in the water and trying the doing it in a movie theater. You know, you didn't stop. You didn't pull the
You didn't
e-brake.
stop.
You pivot just to keep the momentum. So welcome back to live theater. I know everyone is excited about seeing the Nutcracker again this year and as well
Thank
as in
you.
2022. So thank you again for the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And Lori, just to follow it up, I last year was an anomaly. So I didn't even consider those numbers when I was looking at the application. I looked at the previous numbers and, 360 tourists, 350, 360 over the last 2 full years. Our numbers, I know you can work up and such. And so
Right.
the ask at around $52 a tourist is not outrageous. It's a little high, but it's not outrageous. And also, we make up less than 10% of your total budget too, which is also something I look at, is to see how much participation there is from the stakeholders, from the public, and all those things. And again, I think you did a wonderful job with the pivot last year. And in the true, showbiz tradition, the show must go on, and so that's kind of what you did. So
We did.
yes, and so again, you've heard probably the story that we have is we don't know what our financial situation will be. We never do until just before we have to make the grants, and so we're hopeful that we'd be able to fully fund everybody. We don't know that we can, and so you've heard about the factors that we look at. Some of that is the ask versus the dollar amounts, and so it's hard to say that you can't say that the arts aren't as important as the cultural, or they're all intertwined, because the way I look at it, I was a tourist 38 years ago, and I'm a resident now. So I don't think, other than Native Islanders, we're all tourists that eventually made this area our home. So and become. We don't just pay the A tax; we pay a lot of other things, and we make like you and I. We give our sweat and our equity to make sure that the island and its surroundings are better. So, so thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to the coming season, and hopefully we get more people in the seats this year.
Mr. Chairman.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
May I ask one last question of Lori?
Sure, go ahead.
Lori, the ballet term for a pivot is what?
Well, a turn is a pirouette.
Pirouette. Okay, that's good enough. I think your pirouette was magnificent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to everybody for all your continued support. We really appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, our next presentation is from the NIBCAA. Do we have representatives from that group with us?
Yes, they are coming in now.
Okay.
I see Mr. Turpin, I see Courtney, and I see Dr. Wilson.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Was watching on Facebook there.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Are we ready to get started? Give me a second.
Anytime you're ready.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Courtney Young. I am here. I've met most of you, and we are excited to be back in front of you again this year. True to form, we have a brief presentation we're going to make, and following that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have, as are Mr. Turpin and Dr. Wilson. So I am going to get started. play? Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear it? Last year we had a sound issue. It's the same.
Most of our presentations here have had sound issues, so I don't know if we're gonna, if you want to just narrate or sing or whatever it is you want.
Well, it usually has a little background music, but it'll go rather quickly. So it's only about a minute long. So I'll let it play through, and then I'm happy to go back and answer any questions you may have had along the way.
All right.
All right.
Can anybody hear this?
No, we don't have any sound on this. We'll ask Courtney questions afterwards.
Courtney, you know there's no sound, right?
Yep. I said when we started, I'll pause there. We're at the end. I said when we started, so the sound is only music in the background. So it's really just the content that's on the pages for you to be able to read. But I'm certainly happy to kind of go back through that with everyone. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Well, we can leave. Do you want me to leave? I can stop sharing my screen here. That might be a little easier to follow. So what the presentation took you through was what we worked on for 2021. Like everyone, we had to make some COVID adjustments. We didn't have that as much as an impact in 2020 at the beginning because our major event is in February, which was before we went into our sheltering at home spaces. So we felt more of that impact in 2021, February, where we had to make some bigger adjustments. Those adjustments, what we would normally see in attendance in a month, it took us 9 months to see, but we were still we feel pretty good about where that was based on the comparables to our friends and colleagues and the community. But what we learned and what we have done is to be able to add in a much stronger virtual component. So that's something that we had not really ventured deeply into in the past. We launched a few projects, but nothing that really solidified our space there. Our Sophie and Friends event was really, really well received, and we were able to pivot with with our weekly gospel shows on Friday nights during the month. So that really gave us the opportunity to really engage people still. And what we found is that it drove people to come see us in the summer. So people came looking for our art exhibits and other opportunities that we had to partner with other co-marketing opportunities, whether it was the Coastal Discovery Museum in June, or whether it was with Mitchellville on projects, or the Art Center, which we partnered with for 25 years. So we were really excited about that, and what we're looking forward to. And before I say that, normally, again, we would have the big time that we'd have in February, but this year we've also added in a fall market. So where we were not able to do our outside 2-day fall market in February, just because of the COVID concerns, We have moved that date to just a few weeks from now. So we will be at Low Country Celebration Park on November the 6th. We're excited about that. We've had really good responses to that. We know that it's also a busy weekend on the island, but we expect that we'll still have really good attendance in terms of people having an alternate thing to do during that time. So we kind of pushed our activities out and stretched them over the years, but what a way to celebrate 25 years. So we're looking forward to getting back to our normal schedule a bit more in 2022, and also being able to take what we've learned in 2021 with your great support and being able to add that onto what we do in 2022. And so you may have noted at the end of the calendar times, there were in August, September, and October, it said Gullah every day. So what we are going to be launching in 2022 is a series that really incites the idea of visiting Hilton Head, being able to spend time in the culture, not just in February, not just in the summer, but also into the fall. So we'll have experiences and partnerships that we'll be launching that we're still finalizing on, but we know the essence of those for each one of those months. So 1 month will be around food, 1 month will be around art and crafts, and another month will be around the music. So I think that's all. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Sorry the music didn't play. I was hoping if I had gotten it over, it would have been able to play, but it's all good.
It's all good. That's right.
It's all good.
Mr. Berghausen, do you have any comments or questions?
Just a couple brief ones. Thank you for, I think, reducing your request a little bit this year. I think it was 225 last year by my record. So a tip of the cap to you for that. Thank you. I see on your number of tourists, the 10,569. That's a lot. Were all those feet on the ground people here?
Yep. So what we use for those numbers are really the surveys that we get people to do and if they're for ticket purchases when they come to events in person. So that was what we used that. Now, normally, like I said, we get that kind of number. Normally the numbers you're seeing are mostly in February. It took us 9 months to accumulate those, but the culture is a popular draw apparently.
Well,
and we hope to keep it that way.
Strong. Good for you. Appreciate the presentation. I think the numbers from the number side looks really good. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson, any comments or questions?
Good morning. No question, but a comment. This has become an iconic event or series of events for Hilton Head Island. So congratulations. And particularly exciting, I think, are the additions in August, September, and October.
Thank
so
you.
we look forward to hearing more detail on that and how it will even enrich the experience more. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, any comments or questions?
Just a quick comment. I mean, Courtney, on the cultural heritage side, obviously the Gullah culture is the most valuable and powerful asset that we have, and the work that you're all doing to promote that and build the awareness of that is really remarkable and in the best interest of the island. So I just say continue the good work. Thank you for the presentation, and good luck to even better numbers this year.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, any comments or questions?
I have no questions, just a comment to echo those on the committee as well. Thank you for the service you do to our community, and best of luck moving forward. And I also noted that the reduction in your ask this year. So that's much appreciated. Much success coming your way, I'm sure. And thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, any comments or questions?
When you go last, you get to, everybody takes your good stuff.
I'll come in after you. Go ahead, John.
Congratulations, Courtney. It's an iconic, you're an iconic brand here, and it's wonderful what you do. And thank you for your example to all of us, and please keep up the great work for all of us. We all benefit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Again, now having the last word, I would say that kudos on being able to change your program, so to speak, on the fly like you did, and having to move it over numerous months. I like the idea that it does. I think unfortunately, I think sometimes pigeonholing a particular time for celebrations makes us subject to a lot of things, the weather, pandemics, a lot of those types that we don't plan on normally. But the fact that you were able to keep your numbers, even though they were spread out over 9-10 months, as opposed to 28 days, is great. And again, you know, when you're talking about an ask of about you know, $20 per head for for tourists, that's not an unreasonable ask. And again, the culture and everything that comes out in this, the music, the food, the everything is fantastic. And so I look forward to that. The idea of, I like the fact that you don't, not having it all in February, because I tend to leave the island during February and I miss a lot of these things. So that's so hopefully catch some of it, especially your event in a couple of weeks down the road at Celebration Park and such. So, but thank you for your presentation, and hopefully, again, funds available. Hopefully, we'll be able to, you know, fund your projects and everything in the way that you wish them to be done. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We appreciate that. Thank you. And you can play the video on your own so you can hear the music in the background. So you can hear that.
We do that. We get the videos, we get the links, we go ahead and play it so we can actually hear it on our.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. We appreciate your support always, and we hope to continue to do the work that we're doing in the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Do we have John? Do we have a representative from the Hilton Head Airport with us?
We do. Looks like he's trying to connect. There he is.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, John, go ahead.
It's almost afternoon, so still good morning. Well, it's
Yes.
good to be back. Good to be back in front of you. And first of all, I know you're about halfway through your second day of these, so thanks for what you do. Volunteering is very important, and you've got tough decisions to make. So just off the top, thank you for what you're doing. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can see the presentation. All right, and you should see the airport popping up there. Okay, excellent. Okay, you're going to see some similarities in this presentation and last year's presentation if you saw it last year. That's really just kind of for continuity for all of us, I think, and just to make question and answer a little bit easier when we get to that point as well. I do right off the top, I want to say that part of our mission really is to make it easier to get people to all these other great venues and events that you've been hearing about. I listened to several of them this morning, and there's some great things that we're going to bring people in to see and experience. So we're happy to play a role in that. You should also know that the airport applies for county A-tax dollars, H-tax dollars, which we received, as well as federal small community air service development dollars. And those can be used for marketing. We were not fortunate enough to get the federal grant this year, but we're going to apply again probably next year as well. So hopefully we'll have better luck. It was a good application. We got good feedback. They ran out of money. Okay. You know, this market was amazing. If you remember just a couple of years ago, our route map was basically a straight line from here to Charlotte, and it's grown. So we saw a lot of growth this year despite the pandemic. The pandemic kind of gave the airlines a license to experiment, an experiment they did. We saw 6 point-to-point flights that United put on this year to the Midwest, specifically targeting Ohio. And then we had 2 airlines that flew to Boston this summer, and they did well with those routes. So pretty exciting that they could try some new things. This is a recap of how we used the funds last year. We're still wrapping up kind of the end of the 21 efforts. And you'll see this will be pretty similar to what we're doing in 22. We do have a pretty strong partnership aspect with the VCB, and we partner with using obviously the power of their brand. But then, as you may recall from last year, and we'll talk about this a few times, we've got a very targeted marketing plan. And part of the reason for that is, number one, it's very effective, but number two, it's also sensitive. So you're not, hitting everyone out there with travel information when not everybody's quite ready to hear about travel information yet. So it's got some sensitivity built into it. This really just illustrates the comprehensive nature of the program. I want you to see that it is, and it's all year. And we'll talk about some of the push periods and then the slower periods. But one of the items you see there, that FY 21-22 upcoming brand rollout, we are in the middle of a rebranding campaign. So I hope you're not too in love with the turboprop against the Lighthouse. There's going to be an upgrade to that, and we'll upgrade to the new Jet Era. So we're working on that. That's going to be exciting. That's not necessarily part of the ATAX funding, but it'll go along with that, and that we'll use the brand in those inbound markets. Now, this is specific to the ATAX, so you can see that we've got a plan to roll all the way through the year. And really, the intention of this slide is to show you while it's a sustained campaign, it's a deliberate campaign, and it's very intentional about when it really kind of puts the foot on the gas pedal, but it remains flexible and it's nimble. It's not meant to be on cruise control, so we can adjust if we need to adjust, and I think that's an important feature of what we're doing marketing wise. I don't need you to read the details of this. This is really just to illustrate kind of how the funds are spent throughout the year, and the fact that we've got alternate funding sources as well that contribute to the overall program. We've also got a local program that's kind of the other half of this spreadsheet, where we use our funds and just local funds. Okay, last year we talked about the passenger survey that we had hoped to do, and then COVID kind of interrupted that. Well, we started it last fall with some of the online components. And then this past spring, we had a real strong in-person passenger intercept survey that happened in the terminal and on several points on the island as well. So we didn't just capture folks in the airport. We got a lot of other tourists as well. It has some really good data points that came out of this. And there are some that point directly to, increasing ATAX and what the kind of what the spend on the marketing does for the ATAX. And the next one is an illustration. This kind of a great slide. A couple of things I want to point out here. This is kind of the elevator pitch, if you will, from the survey results. A key point here, that 4 out of 5 people who were surveyed indicated interest in spending an extra night on the island if they knew about the nonstop flights. And then 45% say that they're going to increase leisure travel once COVID is wrapped up and once it's under control. So those are, very direct correlations to ATAX marketing spend, to our goals of creating awareness in those inbound markets, those big markets, in converting folks who may be looking at other destinations or other airports to fly to this airport and spend their time at these destinations on Hilton Head Island. So that's what these funds will do in the coming year as well. This shows really that partnership that we have with the VCB, and we intend to continue this. It is strong. There's a lot of value in partnering with a well-known and very well-respected brand like what the VCB and the Chamber put out. It's a mutually beneficial campaign, we believe. We've seen some good numbers there. You can see some of the data points on there for folks that we've reached. So that's been a good campaign, and we do tweak that. And along with the partnership on the online work with the actual campaign, we also have the visitor guide that we're a part of, the vacation planner, I should say, that we're a part of, and then several other online ad campaigns that we work with them. And you'll see this is if you remember last year, it's generally similar in the kind of the structure of the campaign from last year. And that's with a purpose, because really what you want to do with marketing, especially with air travel, is to create a wave and not a ripple. So we can't change everything every year. So we, like I said, we'll be nimble and we'll be flexible, but the general program is going to remain, pretty much the same, because we're really trying to work those inbound markets and create believers to come straight to Hilton Head Island. The last item on there, that airline marketing, that's kind of an important one to note, because we keep some funding set aside to make sure that the airlines know that we're marketing for them. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but it's important for them to know that the that the destination loves them and wants them to continue to serve. Then this one shows the key point here is really those nonstop markets. If you take a look at those cities and those areas that we need to attract people from, so they'll fly directly to the island, they're not inexpensive markets. So we've got $160,000 ask, and that'll be less than half of what the marketing budget is. So we'll try to leverage everything that we can in those huge markets to convert people and bring them to Hilton Head Island. Okay, again, it talks more about targeting here, and I mentioned that before, but it's very important because I think that a very targeted, set of marketing campaigns that we run does a couple of things. I mean, it's sensitive, like I said before, in case there are folks who are not really interested in getting out and traveling just yet. But number two, I think it really promotes stewardship of funds. And I think that's important because we want to make sure that we're getting the most bang for the buck out of the funds that we're granted. And we certainly appreciate that. I'm going to show you some numbers in a couple of minutes. You'll see the results of what we've been able to do with ATAX funds. And we just feel also that a targeted approach is much better than kind of that shotgun or just cast the net approach. And so here's our target. It's somebody who's looking at travel. It's somebody who's interested in travel, looking at destinations like ours. And what we do is we're going to convert them to believers in Hilton Head Island and bring them in. So again, bang for the buck. That's what we're after. And so when you have a known target, when you know what you're going after, then you save what I stole a term from a former colleague, but we're going to save time and monergy. Monergy is kind of the combination of money and energy. And it's always best if you can save some of that and apply it as wisely as possible. And we do that, in one way, by using the multi-channel approach. We want to reach people where they are on whatever type of device, whatever media or medium they choose to use. We need to make sure that we're popping up there. We're trying not to miss any of those key audiences that we need to touch. As I said before, we're in the conversion business. We're still trying to win people over to make sure that not only they vacation at Hilton Head Island, but they're using HHH, our airport. So is the program working? Have your grants worked? I think they have. I know in 2000, I think it was probably 19, I showed you the numbers from 19 or 18 to 19, we had a pretty substantial increase. And I believe I mentioned back then, I'm not sure I can tell you we'll have that increase every year, but we still are. I mean, we skipped 2020 in these stats because of COVID, because it's a little bit of a blip in that statistical spreadsheet there. But to see the numbers from 19, which was our previous record year, to 21 is substantial. It's a big increase. So I think what you've been able to do with us has been extremely successful. You see it again here. The key stat on this one really is that middle one, that 99% increase in car rental revenues. And that is nearly exclusively tourists. And what that translates into is not only the rental car revenues that stay here on the island, but fuel purchases for those cars, food for the folks dining out, entertainment for folks staying here, and then the lodging because they're staying here. And again, like I said, we hope that folks who are flying directly to HHH are going to spend that extra night, generate that additional ATAX. I mentioned we see this one again, but this is just an emphasis of kind of that sustained approach with flexibility that we need to put into those expensive markets. Then trying to wrap up here, like I said before, frankly, the airport makes it easier to bring people to the rest of the applicants who you've talked to and will talk to. We get the people to their venues and to their events. We get them there as directly as we can, and we're happy to do that. We do serve a key demographic, as you know. People who fly in tend to spend a little bit more than the drive traffic, so we definitely think that that's important. And then on the value proposition, if we look at last year's grant of $165,000 and we look at the number of passengers we served, we're at the number of tourists right now in the application. I think we had it down somewhere in the 80s, 80,000, 88,000, something like that. But we're over 125,000 tourists right now. That number only ran through July. And I think it will be up somewhere around 150, 160,000 tourists in this year. So it'll be around $1 per tourist, I think. So I think the bang for the buck is pretty good for you. And then just the takeaways. And if you go back through last year's slides, you're going to see the same one, because I think they're incredibly important. The first one, airlines love to know that they're loved. They love to know that they're supported and that they're wanted in that destination. Number two, a fire is not going to continue to burn unless you continue to add fuel. And that's what we need to do. It's a sustained process. We got to keep this going, make sure that we continue to put people in these aircraft seats. And then the third one, you're going to hear me say this every time we talk, is just repatriate those revenues. That's my own personal term that I came up with, to make sure that every dollar possible stays on this island, in this county, in this state, and that we don't continue to bleed quite so much across state lines. We're happy to have the help, but we need to keep that money here and make sure that the folks in Hilton Head Island and Beaufort County benefit the most out of the air service that we have. So, and that will conclude my presentation. So I will try to unshare the screen and give you all a chance to talk.
Thank you, John. Ms. Johnson, do you have any comments or questions?
I do. Thank you so much. The presentation was so smart. And I love some of the words and terminology you introduced, particularly monergy, like that. The fact that you referred to being sensitive in your marketing efforts, but those two terms don't usually go together. But I'm sure that people on the receiving end of the marketing appreciate the way in which it's being introduced. Thank you for your reference to repatriating revenues, which so entirely speaks to the purpose of this committee. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Always a great presentation, John. Thank you for that. I have no questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Arnold.
Hey, John, thanks for the presentation. All of these presentations we receive over ATAX are talking about getting folks to the island, getting them to come spend their money. And there's no better way to do it than through our airport. It is, pardon the pun, the runway to make all of that happen. And converting, you touched and nailed the nail, sorry. You hit the nail on the head when you talk about the rental cars and the fuel and the restaurant and the additional accommodations, an extra night stay. All of those trickle down things have a huge impact on our local economy and also job creation through the airport. So kudos to you and your team for your continued efforts to expand the airport. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrell.
John, is that all you got?
I could keep singing and dancing if you like.
No, you nailed it. And the residual sales we talk a lot about. It's the hot dog in the hat we use in the hospitality industry a lot. It's the residual sales that you spoke to that was very resonating, and I appreciated everything you presented. And your percentages are really staggering. Almost, they're probably not sustainable, but given the newness, the honeymoon's still on, right? So I thank you for your thoroughness and for your presentation and your partnership.
Thank you.
Mr. Berghausen.
Thank you, John. I'm just going to echo what everybody else has said. For me, this is like the easiest application we get. It's kind of just a no-brainer. You know that people who come by air tend to stay longer in a day. You've documented that they tend to spend more than most. It's just an incredibly efficient and effective use of our money. Thanks very much for what you do.
Thank you.
John, and I echo all the comments made before, and kind of as a historian of such, people don't realize that if it wasn't for a particular individual who wouldn't come to a certain golf tournament unless there's an airport within so many minutes of the golf course, we wouldn't have the RBC Heritage, we wouldn't have an airport. So we can, ultimately thank Arnold Palmer for all of that. But yes, his want of convenience over 40 years ago has made our little airport going to grow into a bigger airport now. And so I think these numbers will only increase and only get bigger when we have a facility that can handle the traffic. Sometimes when I see 2 or 3 of these jets come overhead in 10 minutes, I go, my gosh, what's going on over in the hangar right now? Because I see the United and then an American coming in back to back, flying over Shelter Cove, and I'm like, uh-oh, it's pretty crowded in the terminal right now, but those things will pass. And it is one of those things when I look at booking, I'm a frequent flyer of both American and Southwest, but I don't have a chance with Southwest here. But I look at the monergy, so to speak, of going down to Savannah or up to Charleston, which I also have those options with American as well. And for my dollar, if I can fly out of this island and even have to go to Charlotte first, I can still get across the country cheaper and faster than I can on some other airlines. And so I'll do that. So a good presentation. I was looking at your figures at the 89,000 tourists, based on your request, and that's $1.79 a person. Then if by the end of the year you're at, if you're at 160,000 or whatever, then it's a dollar for dollar, a buck per person. So it's a good spend. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right, members of the committee. Right now we're at 12:17, so we're going to eat. We've eaten into our lunch a little bit, so I will see you all back at 10 minutes after 1, and we'll start the afternoon session. All right.
Okay, Mr. Fluker.
All right. It is now 1:10 p.m. and we're back in session, the regular meeting of the ATAX committee of the town of Hilton Head Island. The next presentation is scheduled to be the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra. Do we have representatives from the orchestra available?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Very good. And I am going to share a screen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your voluntary service as members of this important committee. As was suggested during your September 30th meeting, I will begin with a mea culpa. I was the person who filed the late application on behalf of the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra during the current funding cycle. On September 14th, upon the realization that I could not recall seeing any communications regarding the application process, I went to the town website where I could find no timeline information. I immediately called Zendaya Urban's office to learn of the September 3rd deadline. After requesting an opportunity to submit an application despite the past deadline, I received an email on September 15th giving us 24 hours to submit an application. Within 6 hours, the HHSO application was delivered electronically. There are no material extenuating circumstances to pardon this oversight. I am deeply grateful to those who permitted us to submit an application, recognizing that the error of one individual should not cause a significant season-long negative impact for one of Hilton Head Island's largest performing arts organizations. Rest assured, there will be no mistakes by me or the HHSO during future application processes. We are creating a master calendar for the organization and communicating it to all appropriate parties. I would like to devote the balance of my time to talking about the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra because we have much to look forward to. When the pandemic forced a halt to live in-person performances, the HHSO quickly pivoted to virtual live presentations from our Soundwaves facility. More than 50 weekly live streams, the great majority of which were offered free to viewers, were broadcast on the YouTube and Vimeo platforms. We reached more than 24,000 households with live streams, plus an estimated 2,160 elementary school students from Hilton Head Island, Bluffton, and Beaufort, who enjoyed a virtual young people's concert in their school classrooms. Following successful distanced outdoor holiday pops concerts, I'm sorry, I am having it. There we go. Following successful distanced outdoor holiday pops concerts in the late 2020, we gradually returned to in-person outdoor performances with the first major event presented at Low Country Celebration Park in April of 2021, and a well-received 6-concert Jazz on the Patio series this past summer that was moved to Celebration Park mid-series due to our growing audiences. Our Chamber Music Institute enjoyed its second in-person session this summer because the 2020 session was virtual, with 16 high school students from as far away as Colorado and 4 faculty members from Tennessee, Michigan, and Washington State. We are building on all of these successes as we plan for the future. In 6 hours from now, the HHSO will launch its 40th anniversary season and the 10th anniversary of music director John Morris Russell's tenure, with an outdoor concert in Bluffton as part of the historic Bluffton Arts and Seafood Festival. Tomorrow evening, we will present the same concert at Low Country Celebration Park as part of the town's Crescendo Festival. Both concerts are free, and we welcome your attendance. Our orchestra series kicks off this Sunday and Monday at a capacity-reduced First Presbyterian Church. Currently, we are only permitted to have 400 people in the sanctuary, including performers, ushers, and staff. We had expected this restriction to have been eliminated by this time. Now, to illustrate the challenges that this presents, our very popular Holiday Pops concerts will be limited to about 600 total tickets, when we normally sell between 1,500 and 1,800. We hope the church will relax its restrictions very soon, especially given that the HHSO is requiring proof of vaccination and masks of all present, audience, performers, staff, and volunteers at our ticketed concerts. New this fall, our first 2 monthly Coastal Home Supper Club presentations at Soundwaves in September and October sold out with reduced capacity. Dinners were provided by the Sandbar Eats restaurant and Rockfish Seafood and Steaks, respectively, and the performances are being curated by Savannah Theater's Gretchen Stelzer. We are also working to launch a new Gullah Cultural series in 2022 with performances of music, storytelling, visual arts, and other traditions at Soundwaves, as well as in Gullah cultural centers with educational presentations at the Hilton Head Island Elementary Schools. Since our application was submitted, we have confirmed that the HHSO League, our volunteer association of nearly 300 people, will host the annual roundtable conference of the Southeast Orchestra Volunteer Association here on Hilton Head Island, October 10th through 12th, 2022. We anticipate that 60 representatives from 20 orchestras in North and South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida will attend, spending at least 2 nights in hotels here and enjoying the island's many fine restaurants. Between our 18 orchestra series performances, 2 free outdoor pops concerts, 2 Symphony Under the Stars events, the 10-day Hilton Head International Piano Competition, the Youth Concerto Competition, the 10-day Chamber Music Institute, and 4 or 5 monthly offerings at Soundwaves, the HHSO anticipates total attendance in excess of 15,000 during 2022. Carrying forward the HHSO's historical ratio of 43.5%, we estimate that more than 6,500 of our patrons will be tourists and visitors. The success and growth of the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra is a local story composed of native and imported music lovers, businesses, and foundations, and a public support mechanism that is relatively unique in the orchestra industry. We hope that our contribution to the tourist and visitor industry mirrors the significant support provided to the HHSO through our annual accommodation tax grant administered through this committee. Thank you for your continued help and for your consideration of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. First of all, let me state as chairman of the committee, when we were asked about this and your application was not timely filed, I, as chairman, made the position that I would not take up your application because it was not timely filed. And at the meeting on the 30th, when we discussed this, it was the consensus of the members at that time that unfortunately you are not going to be within the top 32, so to speak, that the timely filed applications will come first. They will be fully vetted, fully analyzed, and fully considered before we will even consider the orchestra's application for this year. We feel that's only fair to the applicants who filed on time and to the system as a whole, because this was the set of guidelines that was set for all the other applicants. So I applaud you for the fact that you took the blame for this failure, but at the same time, we have to be fair to the other applicants that did timely file. So in that regard, those are the only comments that I'm going to make regarding your application. I will now move on to Mr. Thomas for any comments or questions he has.
Jim, I really don't have anything to add to what you said, and I think that the consideration of this application in its rightful place and order is something that we'll do as fairly as we can. As has been said before, we don't know what we're dealing with this year in terms of the wherewithal to satisfy the application requests. And I know also that, you know, this is historically one of those that tends to come in a higher cost per tourist than many of the other applications that we consider. But I think the application for being submitted in 6 hours was very well done. And I thank you for making that effort to kind of bring it back on track.
Mr. Arnold, do you have any comments or questions?
I have no additional comments. Just I am in agreement that we have to vet the other applicants first that were presented and turned into the town at the correct time. So we wish another. Our hopes are that there's plenty of funding, and that this isn't an issue. Like we've said, we don't know where we are yet, but to be consistent with our message, we'll have to vet those other applicants first. Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, any comments or questions?
No, none that have not been mentioned already. We will give it full consideration. I'm suggesting, and I think everybody else is as well, just that the sequence is going to need to be relative to what occurred. So thank you.
Mr. Berghausen.
I concur with what's been said. That the cost per tourist based on last year's tourist 73, but based upon the tourist you're projecting for next year is $56 per tourist. While that's still relatively high, you know, I would acknowledge that symphony orchestras have a little different cost than a seafood festival. I mean, it's so while lower is perhaps more desirable, we're also saying that this is not a cookie cutter where everybody has to hit a single target. So thank you for your efforts. I think this sound waves and efforts at Celebration Park make great strides at trying to reach out and grab more tourists. And for that, I tip my cap. That's a lot of work. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson, any comments or questions?
Good afternoon. First, thank you for acknowledging the late filing and the thoroughness of the presentation that you have given to us. And I concur with the other committee members that it would be considered in line, in appropriate order after the other applicants have been vetted.
All right. Anything else at this time, Mr. Jordan?
Just a reminder that we are in Bluffton tonight at 7:30, and we're at Low Country Celebration Park tomorrow at 7:30. Weather looks great. Cheapest event that you have to ever deal with. So we hope to see you there.
All right. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. Next presentation will be from TEDx Hilton Head. Do we have a representative from that organization?
Yes, I have Mr. Rex Gale. He is attempting to, there he is, Mr. Rex. You are muted.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
There we are.
Let me first introduce myself. I want to go ahead and share my screen here. So let me pull that up. My name is Rex Gale. I'm the organizer for TEDx Hilton Head. And as I share my screen, let me get all set. If you're not familiar with TEDx Hilton Head, I am going to talk a little bit about our history and how far we've come. But I thought before we actually start to talk about it, I would actually share something with you. And that is a snippet from one of the talks that we recently held. And it was interesting. This was an individual from Charleston. Something I'll share later is we attract a lot of speakers and attendees from not only Hilton Head, surrounding areas, but also all over the country. I want to share this snippet because it talks about an idea that this gentleman had, Justin Batt, about improving the time that fathers spend with their children.
You have to go in presentation mode, Mr. Gale. So if you click on slideshow up at the top.
I'm sorry?
I said you have to go in presentation mode. So that's why it's not going down.
I believe I am in presentation mode.
No, you're just on the slides. So if you go up to the top at the red bar.
Right.
3, 4. The 5th tab says slideshow or button.
I'm sorry, let me go out of it.
Okay.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can still see the screen, but it's not going to advance unless you're in the slideshow mode.
But I'm showing a video. I'm not in the slideshow.
We can't see the video.
Okay. You can't see that?
No, sir.
Okay.
What we see says TEDx Hilton Head. Everything starts with an idea.
Okay. Is that any different?
No, we're just seeing the first slide of your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. All right, well, let me just do this. Let me just sort of go on because
Okay.
if I can't get that in front of you, then let me sort of share a little bit about what what his idea was. You can see the slide presentation correctly?
Yes.
Justin had an idea. He came to Hilton Head with it. And his idea was what has turned into, he talked about fatherlessness. He talked about some of the issues, not only with children who are living in homes without fathers, but children who are living in homes with fathers, but sometimes fathers get distracted with jobs, with all those kind of things that sort of getting in the way of the father and child relationship. So his idea was to start something called Daddy Saturday. His wife was a small business person. She operated a business over the weekend. So he was basically the dad over the course of the weekends. But he said, you know, I would wake up on Saturday morning wondering what I wanted to do. And what he wanted to do was to have these wonderful experiences with his children. So he started an organization called Daddy Saturday, which literally provides resources to fathers to get prepared to spend quality time with their children. This organization has turned into a foundation, and their goal is to impact 10 million fathers over the next 10 years. It's truly the kind of message that we're trying to get across with TEDx Hilton Head. So at the end of the day, everything starts with an idea. Let me step back and tell you what TED is, in case you're not familiar with TED and TEDx. TED was founded in 1984, and it's been a high-profile event ever since. And the focus is always about ideas worth spreading. TED back in those days was really, it stood for technology, entertainment, and design. And it was when all of these things were sort of coming together around the whole computer revolution. TEDx was TED's way to take these kind of ideal events into the local community. So TEDx Hilton Head, I was required to submit for an application to TED to get a license to actually have these TEDx Hilton Head events. And that license was issued in 2016. I need to review that license annually. So let me give you an idea of what we've done over the last 10 years. We have provided different events, typically conferences and events that are focused on these ideas worth spreading. We're delivering these locally to a Hilton Head audience, and we're marketing the town of Hilton Head as a cultural destination. And this is something that we've already talked about, integrating into Culture HHI and expanding some of the town's cultural efforts. Our first time ATAX request does focus on building out this TEDx Hilton Head showcase event and also launching TEDx Adventures, which I'll talk about in a minute. So what have we done since 2016? We have a track record to build on. Under the TED rules and requirements, we were limited in the number of attendees we could have for the first couple of years, and that's limited to 100. TED surveys all of our attendees after every event. We don't do that. We send the invitation lists to them, and they complete the surveys, get the information back to us. They will not renew our license if we are providing events that don't meet their qualifications. Our first event with 100 attendees was very successful. We held it at the rooftop bar at Poseidon. And typically TEDx events have a theme, and our theme was resilience, recovering after Hurricane Matthew and all the things that we did as an island to recover from that. We followed that up with a TEDx Hilton Head women's event. That again was at Poseidon Coastal Cuisine. We're limited to 100 attendees at the time. I since have received a qualification to have an unlimited number of events at our future events, and that's sort of where we're heading. Our next event, one of the things we're trying to do is showcase different venues around the island too. I know I'm following Hilton Head Symphony. Our third event was at the Sound Waves Performing Arts Center. The theme there was reinvention. We had another event, TEDx Hilton Head Women. This was at Harbortown Clubhouse at Sea Pines Resort. We have found that partnering with organizations on the island is a great way for us to present these ideas in a number of different settings. And something else that we had an interesting time talking about was, where do we come up with these speakers and how do we select speakers? Well, someone had the idea, again, ideas worth sharing. Why don't we do a pitch night? So we asked people to, if you have an idea, if you want to present a TEDx Hilton Head, send us an application, send us a 3-minute video. So we basically had an event where the audience decided who that person was going to be to appear on our stage. I want to talk a little bit more about sort of our vision. So everything starts with an idea, and ideas are so critically important, but also often we forget about that. Even the town of Hilton Head started as an idea. And we quite honestly have an aspirational idea, inspirational and aspirational, and that is to build on TEDx Hilton Head and create or resurrect a couple cultural events that we used to have here on the island. If you remember Renaissance. Renaissance was started in 1981 and was maybe here for 10 years or so, but the idea was to bring thought leaders from around the country and around the world to talk about issues in a civil way that we could get through the political discourse and really focus on helping to understand what the issues are around the world. Renaissance is still going on, and I was sad to see that the upcoming Renaissance weekend, which it's called, is actually celebrating the 40th anniversary of the founding on Hilton Head Island. And that Renaissance weekend is going to be held in Charleston at the end of the year. It should be here. We need to be focusing on these kind of cultural activities to bring more people to the island. Some of you may know about the Chautauqua Institute. The Chautauqua Institute was founded in the early 1800s, mid 1800s, and it was founded as a Bible school teachers college. And today, that small community of 4,000 people attracts over 100,000 visitors to their small town through a 9-week program during the summer. We believe that we can create a shoulder season attraction like a Chautauqua of the South. And maybe again, it's crescendo where we are bringing these kinds of week-long activities. So we're filling up hotel rooms that are not full. We're bringing people to the island in the shoulder seasons where we have the room to accommodate them. So this could be a unique cultural experience where we support what Hilton Head is trying to accomplish from a cultural perspective. And we're paving the way for these aspirations to come true. We're just a small part of that, but we think that we can actually build and grow by making the TEDx Hilton Head event so much more successful than it's been. Let me talk about why we think this is possible. Let's first talk about our audience metrics. Some of you may be familiar with a Net Promoter Score. It is probably the gold standard for understanding if audiences will return for an event. Now, Net Promoter Scores go from -100 to 100. Our Net Promoter Score, where 35 is considered a good score, our scores are over 70%. One of our recent events had a Net Promoter Score of 85, which is world class. We are delivering a program where people want to return. 46% of our attendees are coming from off island. So almost half of our people are coming on to Hilton Head to attend the event that we're developing and delivering. So far, we've had 700 total attendees to date. Again, that number's smaller than we wanted because we were limited by TED on the number of people that we could actually have those first couple events. Our expected 2020 attendance, 2022 is over 500. We actually would like to, we think we can get more than there. Again, this is aspirational. We want to be filling up the Sea Pines Resort. We want to be filling up the conference centers here on the island with this event because over the country, it is not unusual to have 1,000 to 1,500 attendees at these TEDx events. Why are we delivering such great events? Because we have great speakers. We have a very disciplined speaking process where often we will go out and approach people to speak because we know that they have an idea that's clearly worth spreading. We will get applications from people. We've had over 300 applications to speak. And typically our events have anywhere from 10 to 12 to 15 at most speakers during a day-long program or a 3/4 day-long program. The other great thing about what we're doing here is we are attracting speakers from all over the country. We have had speakers come in from California. They're bringing in family, they're bringing in friends, they're bringing in people from other places who have never been to Hilton Head before. We have had people speaking from Canada. We have had people coming down and speaking from New York City and broader New York area. The other great thing about this event, this is a local event. We are drawing people from within the state of South Carolina. Justin Batt, the video that you were not able to see, he's from Charleston. Heather's from Charleston, Tiffany outside of the area, and Jimmy Gibson. So we're bringing people in from all over the country. Our goal, our aspiration is to bring in people from literally all over the world to this event. We are one of the highest recognized TEDx events in the area. We've had people come to speak here when they could have gone to speak at other places like Charleston and Greenville. The other great thing about this is it's a local event, and we talked about this. We've had incredible local speakers who have talked about very, very interesting issues related to biodiversity, personal issues related to relationships and social issues. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we are reflecting the community that we are involved in. Two other really important things. We're involving the arts, both musicians and entertainment, as well as artists themselves. This is not just talks. We have Performers that have performed, including Jevon Daly, Martin Lesh, and John Cranford, and others. We would like to have dance companies as part of Hilton Head in the future. We really believe that the arts is a very important part of what we're delivering with this cultural event. We are involving local artists in our productions. This was one from one of our events. You may be familiar with Mira Scott. This is some of the artwork courtesy of Mira that has been illustrated in the presentations that our speakers have been delivering from the stage. We also are talking about issues. So ideas at the end of the day are the most important thing. Our talks deal with societal issues. I mean, what an idea, mindfulness. Instead of just teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic in school, why don't we focus on classes on mindfulness and to help students who are struggling with issues as they are maturing to deal with some of the issues that they have around mental illness. We're dealing with historical issues on the island. You know, we are clearly an area that is going to attract great cultural interest simply because of the reality of the history of this island. We are also dealing with community issues. Harry Williams from Hardyville, the mayor of Hardyville, came and talked about what are the things that we need to be doing and thinking about when it comes to regional development, sort of working with others in this area. All of these ideas, I sort of got back to everything starts with an idea. One of the ideas that we really need to be focusing on is biodiversity and sustainability. Many of you may know Heather, but her talk dealt with the biodiversity issues, and these issues are important because they're creating awareness, they're creating discourse, a good conversation around these ideas, and ultimately action. And that's really what we're hoping to accomplish here. The other thing I want to note is that we are attracting a very different audience. It's a very diverse audience, it's a very affluent audience, and it's a very engaged audience. People coming back again, getting back to our NPS scores, they're coming back to future events. They're asking us when the next event is going to be. We're planning on having our last event March 14th. We had to cancel that because of COVID. And we want to bring this back, and we want to bring it back quickly and with a lot of intent. This is perhaps the most important slide because we are not just delivering a single event on the island. We've had 4 TEDx events on Hilton Head, TEDx Hilton Head events on this island. The process that we go through is we professionally record all of these videos, and TED requires that we upload them to both TED.com and also TEDxHiltonHead.com. Over the last 4 years, we have had more than 328,000 views of the videos that have been presented at TEDx Hilton Head. This is a great marketing opportunity for organizations on the island to profile some of these great events that we have had. So this is not a one and done. This is not people come, show up, and then they leave. We, with the proper marketing approach, can use this number of views to bring additional people to the island. So again, it's not a single event, but an opportunity that creates hundreds of thousands of opportunities to promote Hilton Head's unique qualities as a cultural and vacation destination. So I want to finish with our $45,000 request. We would like to incorporate TEDx Hilton Head into Culture HHI, be part of the Crescendo Festival. We've already had some conversations about that. We think this would be a great addition to what's already been a significant investment by the town moving forward. Again, we just talked about how our events are sustainable. Hilton Head currently collaborates with other organizations to enhance tourism. And I first want to talk about what we're going to use the grant money for. Primarily 3 expenses. One is marketing. So it's really all about marketing and website management. How do we attract the drive-in and fly-in folks that are out there? Now, we have a website. We have built some things over the last 4 years. We have a website, but it's not actively managed. We need to aggressively manage our website because it's how you attract people. This is an example of TEDx Toronto. 5 reasons every young professional should be attending TEDx Toronto 2015. 5 reasons every young professional should be attending TEDx Hilton Head 2022. So it would really help us to get better from a marketing and PR perspective. The other thing that we need, because we've had limited budgets in the past, is we need professional staging. This is an example again of TEDx Toronto. You know, TEDx Hilton Head spread out on that stage would do a couple things. It would make our videos much better from a reproduction and visual standpoint, and it would help with our ongoing marketing. We also want to do things that are going to be great, you know, social Instagram spots, selfie spots around this. This is an example of something we could put it on at the beach when we're having the events during crescendo, all sorts of things like that. It could be something like this: Hilton Head, snap a selfie, you know, focus on our turtles, come to Hilton Head, come to TEDx Hilton Head. Other sort of smaller, movable, selfie worthy opportunities to get some things from a marketing perspective would be ideal. And one of the things a lot of the TEDx organizations do is they just have a big X. Again, it's a great place for people to put themselves in front and see what's going on. I want to spend just 1 minute talking about what's new. And I think the what's new is going to be, this is an example of TEDx Adventures. This is TEDx Santa Barbara Adventures. TEDx Adventures are opportunities. I've talked, for example, with Spartina Marine Education about, wouldn't it be great to have a TEDx adventure around the oysters, around our dolphins, around our turtles, where when people come to the island, they're not only coming to go to the beach, but they're coming to get out and getting, you know, involved and immersed in the wonderful biodiversity that we have here. These could be events that we could offer on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis, where we could work with a lot of other organizations, Audubon, bird watching, all of these kinds of things that could attract TED, the audience that we're trying to attack with TED. So that's where we are. That's what our request is. We believe that aspirationally, this can grow not only, you know, from 500 to 1,000 to 2,000 attendees, filling up the largest convention centers on this island, bringing in people from all over the country and literally all over the world, and make this one of the opportunities to expand and to do something that's Renaissance-like and Chautauqua-like at some point in the future, to bring people to the island. And I'll stop there and turn it back over to you.
I'm sorry, I was unmuted. Mr. Arnold, do you have any questions or comments?
Just thank you for the application. It's always exciting to see a new applicant. And from my experience, when I saw the application, being a fan of TED Talks in general, I was excited to see what your presentation was about. I'm sure this is one of those that is worth a look at for testing the waters to help you grow and see what you can do, moving more events and making them larger on a larger scale, and putting more eyes on Hilton Head as a whole and as a destination for events such as your own. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, any comments or questions?
No, just I think it represents tremendous potential here. You're just getting started, right? And this is I think it's exciting, and I appreciate your making application.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Berghausen.
Yeah, I too like TED Talks and have enjoyed them tremendously. One notable one that I can't forget is one by Bill Gates in 2015, when he said the next big problem the world's going to have that they're woefully unprepared for is a pandemic. So yeah, TED Talks are great. Love to see you get this started. Obviously, the challenge is cost per tourist. Right now, it's over $500 per tourist, which is just off the charts for us. Even if you get to 500 next year, it brings it down to $90 a tourist. And if you do that math, each tourist would need to spend $4,500 on accommodations for us to get that back. And if they come in couples, it would take $9,000. So I'd hope that you could expand this way beyond 500 to get that number back down more in the hunt with other applicants that we have, because you're fighting for those dollars in a market with other people also asking us for the money. So love the idea. We just got to manage the cost.
Yeah, and we have been working on a shoestring budget, and a lot of the cost this year is going to help us take it literally to the next level. You know, if we can get 1,000 or 2,000 people coming to this event over the next couple of years, and looking at what other organizations have done, what other cities have done, that's very possible. That is going to get our costs down to $40, $22 based on 2,000 employees or 2,000.
Be great.
So, you know, we understand that what we're asking for is a significant amount, but I think you'll see that any future requests, if we need those, are going to be much more, you know, accommodating to the visitors that are coming to the island. And with the hope that, again, we can expand this even beyond TEDx to those things I talked about, the aspirational things on Renaissance and Chautauqua, working with the town.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you. And we need to do some experiments to try to do some new things. So I'm not opposed, but I'd say, yeah, you have to compete for the dollars moving forward.
Sure.
Yeah. Is there any relationship between your organization and the Community Foundation of the Low Country?
We're a nonprofit set up through the Community Foundation of the Low Country. So we wanted everything to be run so it was basically totally above board. So we went through the Community Foundation of the Low Country. We established our 501c3, and then all of the money that comes into and goes out of TEDx Hilton Head goes through the Community Foundation of the Low Country.
Do they have any financial sponsorship of what you're doing in any way?
No, all of that falls on us. So we have to come up with all of the funding. We don't get any money from the Community Foundation of the Low Country. We are just set up as a separate 501c3 through them. So we have to, again, we've been scraping, trying to come up with finding sponsors. You know, quite honestly, it's difficult for us. We're not a charity. You know, we compete with feeding children, and that's sort of a tough ask. So it's finding people that sort of understand that, you know, it's hard to quantify an idea, but when you think that everything started with an idea, even the Community Foundation started with an idea, then we understand that we're facing a high hurdle, and it's trying to find, you know, the towns and the organizations and the individuals and the companies that are willing to, and we have had some in the past, willing to help us fund what we're trying to accomplish so we can grow exponentially moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hope success.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, any questions or comments?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. We've heard presentations on cultural tourism and historic tourism, and certainly intellectual tourism would be an expansion to what we have to offer here on Hilton Head. Question, do you have a timeline for a multi-week presentation of TED Talks, such as what's in Chautauqua?
Well, our next event is going to be in October. We're already in discussions with Sea Pines Resort about having that event there. Right now, we're looking at simply one event that we look forward to with Crescendo, but we would love to expand that idea and make it literally not from a day, but to a week. You know, they're amazing people. Renaissance started because there was an individual on this island. He was a former ambassador of the United Nations that said, you know, we need to bring people here. We all know that we have incredible individuals that live on this island, that if they came together, we could create something very much like Chautauqua, very much like Renaissance Festival. And I'm just hoping that TEDx can be the impetus to have those discussions to move forward so we can create. And I think, Margaret, that's a great first step, is let's have a week of events, and let's have a different theme every day and have conversations around that. So great idea that I will take back to our team and see if we can make that happen. That can't happen without the funding, unfortunately. And that's sort of the dilemma that we're in today.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, any comments or questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, good presentation. Again, it's the scarcity of funds which are unknown that are our problem at this time, but hopefully we'll be able to move forward with your request. So let's move on to the.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Yes. All right. Let's move on to the next applicant at this time, which is the Boys and Girls Club of Hilton Head Island.
Mr. Hudson? I believe his audio is trying to connect. Mr. Hudson?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. They're ready when you are.
All right, let me get my screen share going. There we go. Sorry, that took an extra second. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Hudson. I have the privilege of serving as both the Vice President of the Board of Directors of the Hilton Head Island Boys and Girls Club, and also the co-chair of the Pedal Hilton Head Island fundraising bicycle ride event that we're talking about today. My co-chair for that event is Russ Whiteford, who you may have seen in prior years making this presentation, but he is actually out of the country currently and so could not join us today. So Pedal Hilton Head Island is an important event both for the Boys and Girls Club and for the island as a whole. It's the second largest fundraising event for the club, and so it's very important to our financial underpinnings. It's become quite the destination event on the island with several hundred visitors each year. Importantly, it's a critical part of the gold level bike friendly community status that Hilton Head enjoys. To qualify for that year after year, you have to have a cycling event, and Pedal satisfies that requirement. And we're open to people of all ages, all cycling experiences, with rides all the way from a 2-mile family fun ride on the beach up to our premier event of the 62-mile metric century ride. So in 2021, we were fortunate to have $22,000 of ATAX money that was carried over from 2020. We had been having our event in November, last had it in November 2019. We're intending to be in November of 2020. We're forced to postpone that due to COVID and chose to reschedule into May. So we had it on the 2nd of May in 2021. The May timing turned out to be a wonderful thing for us, better weather, frankly. May is the beginning of Bike Month, or May is Bike Month, and so being right at the beginning of that is a nice tie-in. And in general, just had a very enthusiastic response to that timing. So we intend to stick with that and really are selecting first Sunday of May, nicely positioned a couple weeks after the Heritage, but before Mother's Day and and the very hot weather coming. So we're very happy with that positioning. In 2021, we were very fortunate to be the very first large-scale event held at the new Low Country Celebration Park. And that turned out to be a really great thing for us. Lots of space, obviously the parking right there. We had in previous years been in the Cligny Shops parking lot. And frankly, with COVID and close quarters, even being outside, it would have been hard to stage our event in that space, much less have the growth that we enjoyed. So the park is a wonderful thing. We have a reserve for next May and consider that a cornerstone of our event. Now, we did have to cancel the other things besides the main ride. In prior years, we've had social events and concerts in the evenings. And hopefully we can get back to that in 22 and beyond. We did sell out both of our original partner hotel, then added a second hotel, sold that out as well. And in total, we added 27% to our previous year, which had also been a record high in participation. And we ended up at 555 riders. And we actually cut off registration on Tuesday ahead of the event because we felt like that mid 500s was all that we could accommodate in terms of our planning and preparation and the infrastructure that we had in place to put on a good and safe ride. So one of our challenges in the future, and we are doing this, is to expand our capabilities so that we can get to the next level and total riders won't have to cut that off again. Just want to show you a few pieces of feedback that we got after the event. My personal favorite is the one in the middle. This couldn't be any more ideal rider in our event than the person who wrote this. Third year in the event. We love people that come back year after year. Atlanta base, so out of market, exactly kind of person we're trying to attract. A weekend getaway. So they didn't just drive in for the ride itself, but came and spent the weekend, hopefully at restaurants and other activities while they were here. And they enjoyed both the ride and supporting a great cause like the Boys and Girls Club. So perfect kind of rider for us. Of our 555 riders, and you can see the 4-year history of the growth of the ride in total. We had 44% in the metric of the out of town beyond 50-mile range. So mid 200s on that, and another 18% that are inside that 50 miles, but off island. So another 100 in that category. We're also very pleased to continue to have great support from many organizations, both on the island and throughout the state. I want to give a special shout out to Beaufort County Sheriff's Office. They make a very large commitment to us each year to help control traffic and to lead some of our rides and just to ensure everyone's safety. So for 2022, again, we're settled into that beginning of May. Date happens to be the 1st of May this year. Our goal is to grow to 700 riders this year. Also to add back the social event items that we've had to cancel. We also plan to add an additional housing partner in the home or villa rental business, so that we take some of that burden off the hotels. And then probably the most important one is a new partnership we formed with an organization called CAM Events. CAM Events runs, it's a business that does nothing but run cycling events throughout the Southeast. So they have currently 28 rides during the year. I think we will become their 29th. And they're really experts at the whole registration process, the fulfillment, getting communication with the riders, having everybody's packet all ready for them. And it's what they do, and they focus on that. And then importantly, they have a contact list of 15,000 cyclists that will now have access to, that will be aware of our event. We'll be able to reach out to them promotionally to work on our event. I think it's a real key to taking that next step of growth for our event, both in having CAM help us with the logistics of being at that higher rider size, and then importantly, having the access to all of their contact lists and all the people they engage with. So our ask for this year is an increase to $30,000, and that is primarily, in fact, just about exclusively related to this new activity with CAM events, and would let us then continue the same level of outreach that we've been doing year after year for our own work that's succeeded in getting us to the 550, and we'll continue. But the addition of the CAM is really the tie to the extra dollars in our ask. So with that, I'm going to try to play a little video that is from our 2021 event, and then we're happy to answer any questions. All right, so thank you for your attention. I appreciate it very much, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Farrell, do you have any comments or questions at this time?
I do not, other than thank you for your presentation. I think it's wonderful. I think it's great what you're doing. And I look forward to seeing more of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Berghausen.
Well, you know, I'm predictable as all get out, I think, but no, my concern is the cost relative to the benefit that we're getting. It's $87 a tourist now, and even if you hit your goal next year, it comes down to 70. That's still 2 to 3 times what the bulk of our applications do for us. So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you need to get more tourists quickly or get costs down so that metric falls more into our typical range. But we want you to be successful.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And you know, that metric is based on the rider and doesn't make any attempt to count who they bring with them, spouses, family, et cetera. And maybe I'll take that as a challenge to us of figuring out how to count that. Because the impact could easily be 2 to 3 times that from the number of actual new faces on the island.
And I thought of that too. And so, yeah, the ask would be right back to you. Well, then work on how do you capture some of that so you can tell us about that. That would help a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon. Agreed. What a great comeback from COVID, coming back even stronger than before with the new date. And I agree with the previous comment that showing the full range of impact would greatly impact the presentation. But thank you very much for a fun time.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas?
Well, couldn't agree more with the comment about the, I don't know exactly what we could call them. I don't know if the word would be the retinue of followers that a cyclist will bring with them to a location where they're going to be involved in a cycling event. But there's obviously an impact that's beyond the number of cyclists. So the other thing that I consider when I think of this is that it's not just the event and not just the organization, Pedal Hilton Head, but it's the organization it supports. And the Boys and Girls Club is one of the most valuable institutions that we have on Hilton Head that contributes to the quality of life for working families. And I think, you know, that's an important consideration as we think of your grant request. The only caveat to that is that we don't really know at this point what we're working with. We don't know what the equation's going to be when it comes down to the final tally. So with that caveat, I would say that I would want to offer my support for your request to the extent we're able to honor it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words for the Boys and Girls Club. I couldn't agree more, and I'm happy to spend a chunk of my time working with the organization. Just one little side note, if you don't mind me taking 30 seconds. The reason I'm here alone is because the whole rest of the group, except for Russ being out of the country, they're at the Beaufort County School District offices today, working out the final details of a new Saturday extra education, helping kids catch up from their COVID loss program that is going to launch the first Saturday of November. So we're super excited about that. And that's, again, that's where all the rest of the staff and leadership of the club is today.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold, any comments or questions?
I don't have any questions at this time. Just I think it's a great event for the island. Obviously, we have the bike paths that go everywhere, so it leans perfectly to the event that you guys have. And the support you provide for the Boys and Girls Club is much appreciated. I myself grew up going to the Boys and Girls Clubs in Kentucky while my parents were working, so it's very close to me, and I appreciate what you guys do. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you.
The only comment I have is, again, as I was taking the numbers and what Mr. Berghausen, his math is correct. You know, if you could get, you know, use your resources with CAM to see what additional things they can put into the applications or otherwise to get some feedback on people who will be attending with. I understand it's a family event, so a lot of these people will be there participating with their entire family, but those who would not be, their entourage, their tribe, whatever they have with them, you know, that helps make your case better with us to on any of these. Obviously, it's a worthy cause. The benefactor is a worthy cause. We just need to make sure that we get there with the get the spend ratio in an area that we can, you know, just in case. Again, sitting here operating in the dark right now, not knowing what we have to work with. And so that's the only caveat I would have. But thank you for your presentation.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. At this time, we're scheduled for a break, which was supposed to start 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to ask everybody at this time, we'll go ahead and take a break and we will reconvene. All right. It is 2:20 p.m. and we will again start our afternoon session with the next applicant, the Hilton Head Island Land Trust.
That would be Ed. Can you hear us?
Zendaya, this is Rich Thomas.
Yes.
I'm getting a recording that I can't undo my video because the host has stopped it. I thought you might not have liked my last comment or something.
Oh. Is that better?
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Mr. Ed?
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Hilton Head Land Trust Board and myself, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our 2022 ATAX request. My name's Ed Shotland, and I am a member of the board as well as the chairperson of the Fort Howell Management Committee. And what we'd like to do, assuming I can manage the technology, is start with a video presentation that will help describe the fort, the history behind it, and the historical significance of it, as well as the value to the committee. I'm going to start with the video. Thank you.
Mr. Ed, we've been having trouble with the videos.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
You see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Known for its natural beauty and pristine beaches, Hilton Head Island is one of America's top destinations. But what makes this island so special is its incredible true history that surrounds visitors at every step. A walk through Fort Howell is a walk of tranquility and magnitude. Built in 1864, this earthworks fort is the best preserved in all of South Carolina. During the Civil War, Hilton Head Island was the Union Army's headquarters for the Department of the South. And Fort Howell was one of the Union Army's many fortifications on the island. The fort was built in roughly 3 months by the 32nd Colored and the 144th New York Infantry Divisions. They constructed the timber-enforced walls with no more than shovels, picks, and axes. At inception, the fort walls were up to 22 feet high, and the fort itself became the tallest structure on Hilton Head Island. There were up to 27 cannon dispersed throughout the fort, and a drawbridge served as the fort's main entrance. Tourists from all over are thrilled to discover they are walking in the footsteps of a history that is very much alive today.
When I do come to Fort Howell, I get a tremendous sense of history. It's a quiet place. It really gives one a sense of peacefulness.
Hilton Head has many beautiful sights to enjoy, but Fort Howell is one of my favorite because it allows me to step back into time and appreciate the history our island has to offer.
I enjoy coming to Fort Howell because it's a beautiful walk in the woods where I get to actually feel history all around me. The history of Fort Howell is a living one, and its spirit lives on today. For the main purpose of Fort Howell was to provide protection for the emerging community of Mitchellville.
Mitchellville is the first self-governed town of formerly enslaved people in the United States, established in 1862 right here on Hilton Head Island. Born out of the aftermath of the Battle of Port Royal, which was an early victory for the Union, which liberated Hilton Head. President Lincoln and many others were concerned about how the Africans would handle freedom. General Mitchell had this idea that we'll create a township and let them govern it. Okay, and huge success.
They had a hospital here,
Had their own mayor.
the school was built right here, the church.
Mitchellville is a true American dream story. Folks who had nothing, folks who were considered nothing, creating a space where they function and function well. And it has impact. And we're still talking about it 158 years later. And with places like Mitchellville, where freedom began, that's just a story that you can't tell anywhere else.
It all happened right here in Mitchellville. And again, I will always refer to this place as the birthplace of all freedom. Fort Howell is the only original part of Mitchellville that remains today. And without the work of the Hilton Head Island Land Trust, it could be lost forever.
The Land Trust is a local nonprofit that exists to preserve and protect several properties around Hilton Head Island. Historic Fort Howell is one of our most significant properties. Fort Howell has been recognized on the National Register of Historic Places and is a site on the National Park Service's Network to Freedom Underground Railroad and the Civil War Discovery Trail. This is a great historical landmark that we need to preserve and protect. I ask you as a South Carolinian and fellow history buff to support the Hilton Head Island Land Trust and their efforts to preserve and protect Fort Howell for future generations.
So I have to get back to the now. So as you've heard, the fort is a significant part of the Mitchellville experience of the island. That shouldn't be. That's, I don't. If that's me, I don't know how to turn it off. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. I'm hoping that wasn't my machine, and I don't know where that came from. I'm going to try to get back to the presentation. If I can try, please. Let me try one more time. Well, the fort.
Marquesa. Chanel Jones went behind the scenes at one of the hottest shows in town. Breathtaking.
I believe it's playing from your first slide.
Duo, Georgina Chapman and Karen Craig. Georgina and Karen's ideas. I used to be with Georgina, I was a very good friend. They did an amazing job, which I knew they would.
So if you go to your first slide, you should be able to press the stop menu or pause.
That's not me. I don't know where that's coming from. I'm sorry, I don't know where. I have no idea where that's coming from. Should I zoom off and try to reconnect?
To me, fashion is a voice. It's a way of walking into the room and saying who you are before you even making people just feel wonderful and glamorous. I hope we achieve that when a woman puts on one of our dresses.
Mr. Ed, if you wanted to just close the PowerPoint, I believe it's going to continue to go in loop.
What should I do?
Close the PowerPoint.
How about if I sign off and sign back in?
No,
Okay.
don't do that.
Do that?
No,
Okay.
don't do that. Are you able to just talk to your talking point?
Yeah, I'll do my best to do that. How about that?
And
Okay.
that works. And then what I'll have Miss Linda do is send the presentation to that way I can forward it on to the committee.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Let me just do this. there's information on, let me just get it on my phone, if I may. Well, the next slide was simply going to explain that the fort is visited annually by over 6,500 tourists, as well as in total about 7,500 people a year. And this visitation represents a significant growth, particularly since the Land Trust received 2 ATAX grants in the last 2 years. The first in 2020 allowed us to build the path halfway around the fort, and the second this year allowed us to expand our parking lot, basically double the size of it, as well as make it eliminate all the potholes and other problems we had with it. These 2 grants have made the fort much more visible and accessible for visitors. I was going to read a couple of comments from our visitors, but I don't, unless I can. I'll try to read you a couple, even though you can't see them. This is from a child. I really enjoyed my visit to Fort Howell. I learned a lot. It's really an impressive site. Thanks for preserving it. My family name comes from Howells in Monroe, North Carolina. And this other one, incredibly thankful for the area, for the men and women that steadfastly toiled for theirs and others' freedom. We'll forever remember Mitchellville and the brave soldiers who defended it. And this was from somebody from Brooklyn, New York. So we've worked very hard as well to partner with other members of the community. That was actually what the next slide was going to represent. So we've worked with the Heritage Library, with Coastal Discovery Museum that has bi-weekly bus trips to the fort so folks can see it. We're working with the Hilton Head Island Office of Cultural Affairs, and of course, we're working on the Mitchellville Preservation project as well. The fort itself has been nationally recognized. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, as well as represented and recognized by the Network to Freedom, the Underground Railroad. In fact, it's the only site in one of only 2 or 3 sites in the state of South Carolina recognized by that. And we regularly participate in community activities and events so that the community as well as visitors can have a chance to see the fort and learn about it. As I mentioned, in 2020, we received an ATAX grant that allowed us to build a path halfway around the fort. And as you saw in the movie, the fort is heavily forested at this point, although we've been working at clearing some of it. And the path allowed folks to walk around half of the fort and see just what it looks like. But again, it was only halfway. At the end of the path, we had a stop sign, and what happened was people started to climb up the sides of the fort, which is destroying the fort. We've since blocked that, and actually we built a dirt path around the fort. But what we're asking for this year, in this year's request, is funding to be able to extend the path around the entire fort. And that extension would include funding to put in a crushed concrete path to remove vegetation and debris that's blocking the way around it. It includes building a 35-foot boardwalk. The boardwalk is necessary to go over what's called the South Bastion of the fort. The South Bastion, not unfortunately, but it abuts the fence that is along Beach City Road that you can see from the road. And so in order to go circular around the path, around the fort, excuse me, we have to build a little bridge to get over so that we don't hurt any of the fort itself. And that's the reason for the bridge. The request also includes funding to redo our 2017 survey and to install both informational signage, historical signage, as well as directional signage and some rope barriers. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you have about the request or the fort, or at least try to.
Thank you, Ed. Mr. Berghausen, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you, Ed. I think this is an unusually well-written and thoughtfully prepared application. I think you make very efficient use of tax dollars, and you show us very strong accountability for those dollars. So thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
I agree. This is a well-presented report, and I think this is an important place to be preserved. It's important to the Hilton Head story as well as the American story. And I've got photos in my family album. I always take my grandchildren there, and we talk about the story. So I think it's such a great, it's a great adjunct to Mitchellville as it's growing itself. So I think this is such an important part of American history, and this is well presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
I just would like to say, Ed, that the work that you've all done over there in the last year or so is absolutely wonderful and remarkable. It certainly allows people to get a better feel for what Fort Howell was like. And I would like to say that, you know, the continuation of work there is going to make it an even more desirable destination for tourists to visit. And as somebody who brings people over there fairly frequently, I would just like to congratulate you for all the work that has been done and hope that you continue in that vein.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment, just a quick comment on that. If you've been there recently and then you've walked into the fort, you notice that the left side of the fort has been cleared. I think it's important to mention that that clearing was all done by volunteers. A new program that we started this year, Fort Howell volunteer team, and people have literally gone in there with hand clippers and pruners and chopped down some of the underbrush so that you can in fact see the fort walls from the inside, which you could not do before. And we're continuing to work on that.
Mr. Arnold.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And it's one of those jewel pieces to the island that we cannot let slip through the cracks. So thank you for your efforts and your team's efforts and what you continue to do. You do your part, and we hope we can do ours to help you and give you the tools to keep marching forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrell.
Yeah, much has already been said. Bravo to you, Mr. Shotland, and thank you for the clarity and the ease of making it simple for us to understand your submission and your application. So thank you and congratulations to you.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Shotland, thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to being able to hopefully help you with your endeavor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all from the committee at this time on that application. Do we have somebody from the David Carmine's Memorial Fund available?
Yes, I'm getting her. I believe it will be Kelly. Looks like she's coming in now.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, there's two people there. Okay.
How we doing?
You're doing okay. Anytime you're ready.
We are ready.
We will share the screen in just a minute. We've got some video as well as a smaller presentation. As most of you know, we did not, we postponed our event last year to this year due to COVID. So we have a much smaller ask. We're kind of making up for lost funds that were already spent to promote what we would have done last year, as well as moving to some new technology that will be really beneficial. So I will let you get to it if you want to share, and I'll switch the screen to some of our video for those that are not familiar with the event. Let's see. Where's my screen share? Can I share, Zendaya?
Yes, you sure can.
Share content. Green.
Yep, there we go.
I have to say, you guys are incredibly patient. So thank you so much. I bet today's been an interesting day with technology.
Yes, sir. Okay, we do. You have your screen now.
Yeah, so I guess I just wanted to, well, first say thank you guys for all that you do. We are so unbelievably grateful and excited to get back to doing what we do this February. I don't think any of us realized how, well, how much work it is for one, but how fulfilling it is too. So we're so excited to get back going again. It's our 15th year of the Hilton Head Island Seafood Festival. And we are hoping and pretty optimistic that we will donate our $1 million to nonprofits in the area after this year's event. I know a lot of the nonprofits that we donate to are in dire need of those funds, and so we're pretty excited to be able to get back to that. We've got a really neat format this year, and a lot of great partners, obviously, and a lot of great talent coming. Mike Overton's crew is going to do some Defusky Island tours. My cousin Christopher, of course, will be doing the low country experiences on the water. We've got the saltwater supper at the Omni, where we're bringing in a lot of celebrity chefs and just celebrities in general. Then Friday, we've got the pig picking and oyster roast. Those tickets are well on the way to being sold out already. That's going to be at Honeyhorn this year as opposed to Waddell. Waddell is a biosecure facility, and they don't really feel comfortable having a bunch of people there given the state of affairs with COVID-19. We also have changed the location of the Saturday event, which we thought long and hard about it. We wanted to do something a little bit different. We wanted to be on the water, and also there's another reason why we chose to move it to Shelter Cove Harbor. We're still going to invite everybody. Everybody's welcome to come. Tickets are a little bit higher because they include alcohol and a little bit of food as well. So we'll still have local restaurants selling the food, and restaurants from out of town selling food. And those restaurants will make money doing that. But your ticket includes all of your beverage tastings. Now, the other side of that coin is that kids that are under 21 will have a much less expensive ticket. So it'll be in line with where it has been in the past. We're going to have, Critter Management do their reptile class. And then also Jevin Daly is going to do 2 kid shows during the day. The event will go from 1 to 4:30 on Saturday. And then there'll be some little activities that people can take part in between 4:30 and 6. And then we're going to shoot off a big fireworks display at 6 o'clock or 6:15. So we're pretty excited to do fireworks, not on the 4th of July for a change.
The second component to this too is part of our ask. It's the RFID bracelets. We have in the past, all of our online data has been immense and wonderful, and it has helped us retarget and reach different audiences year over year. We do struggle on Saturday with some of the day trippers and those that are local, as well as those that have come in town to stay for 4 to 6 days. One of the things that we wanted to do, since it is a great year with all of the nuances that people have gotten used to with COVID, is use the RFID bands for this event. This allows people to wander, allows them to come in, allows them to provide data to us as well as their comings and goings throughout the day. Our beverage partners, as well as our sponsors, are very excited about this, where people will be scanning and giving their data over as the day continues. Those are all things that we're thrilled about, because we know it's going to really help us in the years to come with all of that information as to what they're doing, how long they're staying, what they're drinking, and continuing on to match that data with what's actually been sold that day, as well as what is sold in advance. So that's a big element that we've added in this year that not only will be safety, but a great form of research for us. Moving forward, one of the things that you probably did not have is an update on some of our talent this year. That's been in the works since the application was submitted. So we've got a lot of people that we're really excited to welcome to the island, a lot of wonderful personalities, and really just top notch to celebrate with us this year. This is just the beginning.
It's pretty exciting. I mean, to think where we started with just a Saturday event with the help of Hilton Head Island Rec Association. Obviously, they were a huge part back in there still are, but back in 2006, we, barely had enough people to hold it at Shelter Cove Community Park, the old park. And, to go from 600 people on that Saturday to then Friday and Saturday to now a whole week of events where we're asking chefs that really don't like doing festivals at all. And they're saying, well, we want to come to this one because we heard how well you treat the people coming in, and we've heard how much fun it is. And so it's really, really exciting, and just a real shot in the arm for the Hilton Head culinary scene. I think we want to start getting recognized like places like Charleston for being a great culinary destination. And this is a huge step in that direction. So we're really excited about the talent that we have.
Let's see here. We also have our wonderful partners in the travel world. We're continuing to work with the Omni for the 5th year in a row as our host hotel. We will also have Palmetto Dunes Resort, which is also key for us in the home and villa sector. We have a lot of those traveling in for the week of, staying a little bit longer. We've had a wonderful tradition of a lot of our celebrity chefs have come in. They've been hosted for 4 days, 5 days. Plenty of them book another week and stay a whole nother week here with their families because they love it so much. That's really what we're all about. So it's a huge arm of what we do, along with the Omni, and the fact that we do get some that fly in and fly out, and just need that one night stay and somewhere restful and peaceful to be. So they're a huge component to what we do moving forward. And we're quick. We want to give you guys a break. So do you have any questions for us?
All right, we'll start this time with Ms. Johnson. Do you have any comments or questions?
So just a couple of comments. The information is so great. Thank you for what you bring to Hilton Head Island. Thank you for the tourists that you attract and for the great time you give them while they're here. And thank you also for paying it forward and what you give back to local charities. So, and also look forward to the even more information that you'll have through your new digital marketing and programming events. So congratulations and well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thomas.
You guys continue to do phenomenal things. So congratulations on what you've done in the past and how you built this thing. And this really sounds like an exciting new phase for it. So good luck, and we'll do our best to support it to the extent we can.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Rich.
you.
Mr. Arnold.
Sorry, yeah, I'm in agreement. The focus to the culinary arts here on the island, there's a ton of talent here, and you guys shine a spotlight on that. So we look forward to supporting the event once again. Thanks.
Like your background.
Thank you. Taken live from Hilton Head, please.
Mr. Farrell.
John had to
Mr.
step
Farrell?
out into another meeting.
Yes, I was gonna say that. Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that, Cynthia.
Oh, okay. Berghaus.
Nicely done again. Love the accountability, love the efficiency. You anticipated the one question I was going to have. You referenced the host hotel in your application. I was going to ask if that was within the boundaries of the town of Hilton Head Island, and I'm glad to hear you answered that question, so it is. The only thing I noticed is I didn't see any 990s. Did you submit your 990s with your application?
Yes, we sent it in a little bit late, and I'll make sure that Zendaya gets a copy just in case it didn't go through.
Yeah, okay. I got a DMC or something, which was W9s. I don't think you meant to send those necessarily, but
okay.
Nicely done. Good event.
Thank you.
No other questions.
And I have nothing further from the chair, except that, again, in a time of uncertainty for us, as it's been for you for the past 2 years, and we're not sure what funding we'll have available, it's always nice to get a request that is mindful of that and only asking for exactly or what you really need as opposed to what you would want. So you've been a steward to that extent of the funds that you've already received from us in the past, and we appreciate that. So hopefully we can do, we can give you what you wish, pending funds available. So thank you for your presentation, and we will now move on to our, well, we're a little ahead of schedule. Can we get the Sea Patrol?
Hang in there, guys.
Thank you.
You hang in there too.
Thank you. Wait, oh, there they are. I believe you're still muted.
All right, how do we unmute?
Oh, there you are.
Did you unmute me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we don't know what the name of this computer is, so that might have confused you a minute. In the waiting room.
Yeah, but you're good.
Okay.
We're ready whenever you are.
Okay. We're gonna share our screen. All right. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Pianta. I am the president of the board of directors for Sea Turtle Patrol Hilton Head Island. I'm here with Amber Kuhn, our program director, to ask you for some ATAX money so we can continue the important work that we do. Go to the next one. Okay. Sea Turtle Patrol Hilton Head Island has been an important voice in expressing Hilton Head Island's values to our island visitors. First and foremost, we protect and preserve sea turtle habitat. We educate our visitors and residents island-wide and encourage them and teach them to be good stewards of our island. We provide monitoring and support on Hilton Head Island beaches for sea turtle nesting and hatching activity annually, May through October. And I want you to think about that for a minute. 6 months out of the year, every single morning, Sea Turtle Patrol is out on 14 miles of Hilton Head beaches, interacting with our tourists, teaching them about our environment and the precious turtles that live here. Stranding Response provides documentation of stranded sea turtles and transport for the injured sea turtles to the South Carolina Aquarium's Sea Turtle Care Center in Charleston for treatment. Our message, by curating our messaging to match the values of Hilton Head Island, we are elevating our brand of island visitors. We will partner where the people are, not just on the beaches, in the Sandbox Children's Museum, throughout the Coligny District, at Low Country Celebration Park weekly with Turtle Talks, at the USCB's hospitality program in conjunction with Finnegan Sharing Shack that was started by a USCB student this summer, and community educational outreach. One of the best ways to influence parents is through the education of their children. Now I'm going to turn this over to Amber, who's going to explain the photos we have here and the rest of our presentation.
All right. Hello, everyone again. It was a year ago when I did this for the first time, and I learned a lot in the past year. And when we had the out of cycle, luckily I was able to reevaluate what we're doing here. And I've learned what the ask is about. Our ask is around 47,000 this year. We have started recording, per your suggestion, all of our numbers that we have influenced. And of course, on the beach, like the photo you see with the turtles, I mean, that animal draws so many people. I mean, it could be 100 people standing around us while we are measuring the shell there, pit tag scanning, all of this information that DNR requires. So although my focus as a marine biologist is all about the science and what goes on the beach, I have learned that to run a nonprofit, you have to learn marketing, taxes, insurance, and all of these good things that cost money. So although we are all volunteers on the beach, it's getting to be a very big outreach and very well known, not just in the area, but outside of the area. The hatchlings in the bottom right corner, we took Mark Orlando and his family out. They had never seen this before. They were just over the bridge, but Hilton Head has a lot to offer with that beach, which is to me our most valuable resource and our largest draw. And the photo in the top right, that's the chamber. I knocked on their door and I said, hey, sea turtles. And so they did an interview with me. That's Mr. Miles there, and they were posting these podcasts and things on their website. So we got that exposure, and the chamber is supporting us there. And of course, the turtle trackers are one of our big education outreach supporters. So we made Garden and Gun this year, which is a pretty well-known magazine. It was about Turtle Patrol, but it was about, an interesting thing that we found on Turtle Patrol. We have documented with our newsletter, we started a newsletter to see how many openings we've got. So we've gotten 68.4 openings, which I guess is a pretty good rate. And with the 100 beachgoers that we see daily, if you multiply that by how many days we're on the beach, it's over 18,000 people. So with our scans for the QR code that we produced this year, we put QR codes on our signage. We use it at our turtle talks. We encourage people to go to our website through the QR code, and we can keep track of area codes that way. So we've impacted quite a bit of tourists and visitors and residents just through that QR code, over 6,000 of them through turtle talks and signage and that sort of thing. Island Packet articles, we've had several issues of CH2 and Local Life and all of these local magazines that are featuring Sea Turtle, which is quite a charismatic ecotourism individual, the loggerheads that we have. So on Instagram, we have almost 7,000 followers, and I know on Facebook, we are up around 11,000. And we did see that in September I guess like a week ago, we had reached 228,800 individuals through social media shares and scans on our website and such. Well, actually just the social media part. Our website, we keep that separate, and those are the numbers that you see at the top. So again, our pictures, that's Mary putting hatchlings into the water after an inventory. People have never seen a hatchling sea turtle, and they won't see that hatchling again for 15 years at least, and 30 years before it nests again. So we are hopefully with DNA going to be able to tell which hatchlings are coming back in 20 more years. That's the science. That's what I like. Okay. So we've learned to partner with people, because what I did find out when I started this nonprofit, that I can't do it all by myself. I do not have the knowledge outside of, being a scientist that will help, and having friends that will help. It's huge. So the Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Chamber, Town of Hilton Head is very supportive of us. The Borrow Bin in the right-hand corner was a collaboration with the town, Sea Turtle Patrol, and Turtle Trackers. And that kind of started the Finnegan's Sharing Shack idea. So we were the first ones to want to recycle these plastic toys that we find on the beach constantly. We don't want them to go buy more. We want them to just use the ones that are here that are practically brand new anyway. Shore Beach Services, of course, we interact with them on a daily basis to try to get people to have good beach etiquette when they visit. You know, it's been really hard for the last 2 years with all of the foot traffic that we've had to really maintain that nesting habitat, which is what our concern is, but for tourism to maintain the pristine beaches. We pick up trash, the town pays to pick up trash all but 6 hours a day. Outside Foundation, unfortunately, an oyster isn't as charismatic as a sea turtle, but we are there with them every step of the way. The Sandbox has invited us several times to come give presentations and do our talks. So we are a program monitored and guided by the Department of Natural Resources. Myrtle is the statue that you see in the airport there. Myrtle #1 is at Children's Museum, Sandbox Children's Museum. This one is Myrtle #2 at the Hilton Head Airport, and Myrtle #3 is going into the Savannah Airport, hopefully soon. ATAX funding is paying for the next 2, so we're submitting that soon. Zendaya's, we have paid for that. And the Myrtle project is also coming out with a children's book soon. So this particular turtle is going to get a lot of publicity, and it's Hilton Head centric. So we are going to have a children's book, and of course all these Myrtle statues will start to appear in very high profile areas. Caligny might be one of them. So we have our ask is $47,900. I have learned that marketing is not cheap. We've learned a lot of different things that have to do with Facebook ads that we can monitor how many people are actually opening these and using them. And it is quite a bit, especially when we put an injured sea turtle up on that screen. People really want to go to that picture. And of course, it will show them that it's Hilton Head. Texting has become the most convenient way to communicate with visitors. They want just something to pop up on their phone, and there is a way to do that. We'd like to expand our talks, our turtle talks. The free one that happened on Monday nights all summer did get 50 or 60, sometimes 100 people, but I'd like to fill that grass field. And we have a huge screen and PowerPoint that goes along with us, also expensive. Collateral that we got through ATAX funding last year will be handing out for season openers. The doormats was the main one. Hilton Head values really need to be stressed, and we can do this through a sea turtle. I feel that the Sea Turtle program is the gateway for the environmental tourism that we want to promote, because our biggest natural resources is the beach. And I think that most people come to see the beach. We are on it every single day, and we are concerned for it. So if we can get the story out to everyone about the sea turtles and how their impact is very important on what success we have with these nests, then I think we can get people to jump on board with us. I don't think it's going to be very hard, but in order to reach them, it takes billboards. It takes the social media stuff that I have to hire someone for, because I do not know a whole lot about that. But it is very successful when we do that. So we would really love it if y'all would consider supporting the Sea Turtle Patrol in this quest to be the gateway for environmental tourism, so that we can promote all of our partners, like Outside Hilton Head or Outside Foundation, and all of these direct people to those places. Thank you for what you do, and look forward to talking to you.
All right, we'll start off on the questions or comments with Mr. Thomas.
Amber, clearly what you do and highlighting the population of sea turtles, the way you do, is undoubtedly a very powerful enhancer, I think, for 90% or so of the people who come to Hilton Head for the beach's experience of the island. do you have any indication, either scientifically or anecdotally, as to the number of people that come to Hilton Head Island for the turtles? Have you ever picked up?
There's
on
really
any of
no
that?
way to gauge that. And a lot of times they come and they are immediately going to run into something sea turtle related. So we plan to have a season opener where we are going to invite concierge. We're going to invite these service workers that interact with them every day. People, I'm sure, ask their waitress, what is that about on the beach, the 3 poles and that sort of thing, because they need to know that it's important to, you know, not disturb, use red lights, all of these things, and why. As far as visitors that have come to the island and approached Sea Turtle Patrol for the information, yes, we can keep track of that. It's going to be hard to get an idea of who came here for sea turtles, but with environmental tourism, I think that's probably one of the focuses, since we are the 14 miles of beach and 2nd largest barrier island on the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, I mean, I know there have to be people who come just for that purpose. I just didn't know if you'd ever been able to gauge it.
I have gotten a couple, I've interacted with a couple of people that have come here specifically for that, because of course they're going to ask me, where is the nest going to hatch next? I don't know.
Right.
You know,
Thank
I mean,
you,
there's
Amber.
no way I can know that, but they will sit there. I've given them instructions on how to observe the nest correctly without interfering with it. And we're happy to do that. We just got to get it out there, you know, and that turtle talk at Celebration Park was really a good way to do that too.
Thank you very much. And thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, thank you again for the presentation, and thanks for stepping back into the batter's box this year. We'd love to find a way to help you. I know I speak for everyone on the committee when I say we appreciate your efforts to keep the sea turtles returning. They are a special creature and a part of the story we tell here on Hilton Head. So look forward to working with you if we can.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Mr. Farrell, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Berghausen.
Amber, I appreciate your knowledge, your resourcefulness, your tenacity, and welcome back. You've just made huge advances in being able to measure and quantify and relate what you do to what we have to do when we do our job. And I'm glad we found a way to work together, and you're being accountable for the money and pretty efficient too with what you do. So much appreciated, no questions.
Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon. I wasn't here last year for your presentation, but this time around you made several references to how you learned from that last presentation. And this was wonderful. I learned a lot from it. It was well presented. And I have every confidence that you'll find a way to point us back to those people that came here for the turtles, which I imagine are many. And thank you for what you're doing for the environment, for our beaches, and for our children's futures.
Thank you.
And, you know, and Amber and Lisa, I would just go along with what the rest of the committee said. I sat on the committee a year ago, and it was painful to not be able to fund you with our regular grant cycle because you didn't qualify under the terms of what the grant was. But you learned quickly. You were able to get an out of grant cycle grant for about $27,000. You're applying for $47,000 plus this time, and it's a worthwhile application. And with that, I say I'm hopeful that we can fund it. Again, if you've listened in on it, we don't know what our funding situation is going to be at this time, but we would look favorably upon your application. So I thank you for your presentation and look forward to working with you in the future.
Great.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now. Do we have representatives from the Low Country Golf Course Owners Association available?
Yes, I have Brad, Mara, and Barry Fleming. Brad, Barry.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Brad.
How's everyone?
Oh, hello. That's me.
Getting feedback.
Yeah, Barry needs to mute. We're good now, right?
Yeah.
And I need to share my screen to get started, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Oops. All right. You ready to go?
Anytime you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. Actually, let me get this so I can actually see what I'm reading. Golf tourism fact number 1. Golf is played here 365 days a year, driving accommodations taxes all year long. Golf tourism fact number 2. Golf is the number 2 driver to the local economy. Golf is responsible for nearly $600 million in revenue, more than half of all tourism related business here. It puts more beds and heads than any other tourism related business, and the average trip is 4 days and 3 nights. Another big thing is that it accounts for 56% of the local tourism workforce here on Hilton Head Island. Golf is also big for the other businesses around. It puts back basically $1.29 into other businesses when people are down here, specifically dining, retail, and other activities. Here's some quotes we have from Alan Wolf, who's the president of Surge Group, who has 15 restaurants on the island. The golf leisure customer makes a significant impact on the successes. I can't read that. Hold on. Of our restaurant sales throughout the year. They are prime clientele throughout the summer and are critical clientele throughout the fall, winter, and spring season. So golf's important to the island from a restaurant perspective because it's 12 months a year here. 2021 golf tourism successes. Obviously, the island's been busy and golf's been a huge winner in all that. Through July of this year, 333,000 golf rounds have been played, and that's approximately 37% up, with 89,000 more golf rounds being played this year than last year, which is phenomenal. The majority of those golf rounds are at Sea Pines, Palmetto Dunes, and Heritage Golf, and that accounts for 265,000 of the 333,000 golf rounds. These are our key website metric showcase great gains. As you can see, I won't go through every line item, but you can see our website visits are up 80%, website sessions up 90%, and so on, down the list there. But pretty much everything golf related has had a huge increase this year. And we really see that moving forward for the upcoming years, because COVID's done one thing more than anything. It's brought people outside and it's brought people onto the golf courses. My son just walked in there. He just got out of school. Sorry about that. 2021 golf public relations accomplishments. And this is where we really wanted to get some tracking of stuff. We know that hasn't been really good from the LGCOA, and you'll see in our last slide that we're going to actually be tracking things going forward in 2022 more granularly. But this shows that the $50,000 is bringing us basically back $250,000 to $400,000 each year in ad equivalency. Can't say that word, but so the money is not being wasted, and it's helping us, with all those major increases that we've seen across the board. Due to COVID and people being out and stuff like that, we weren't able to put into place to track specifically how many golfers of that 89,000 are specific to this. But with our new tracking page we're going to be putting up this year, we'll be able to come back to you at the end of 2022 and tell you specifically what your $100,000 brought back to the penny, which we have not been able to do before. And we know that. Okay. Anyways, So we'll be able to come back and tell you exactly what we were able to track specifically to these type of ad campaigns. What we're going to be spending on this year, obviously Canadian golfers haven't been able to be here over the last year or so with the border restrictions. When that reopens, we want to make sure they're coming back to Hilton Head Island. To put it into perspective, if you take the supplemental grant plus the grant we're looking for, golf on Hilton Head gets about $310,000 of specific funding to this. To put that in perspective, Myrtle Beach gets about $7.5 million, and the Robert Trent Jones Trail gets about $1.5 million. So we are way behind where everybody else in the same kind of competitive set that we're in on golf. And golf, like we said, is the #2 driver to the area, and it's behind beaches, which is not something that you can really support from a financial perspective. It's something the town takes care of. Air travel to Hilton Head Island, our opportunities targeting the travel media in our direct flight markets to continue our efforts driving increased flight to traffic to the island. I mean, some of the great things is, the flights we have coming directly to Hilton Head Island. You can come from Chicago, get off the plane and be on a golf course within 30 to 45 minutes, which is something that other areas can't provide, which is something that we really want to make sure that we're targeting moving forward.
There you go. That's mine.
In 2021, we're remaining golf public relations efforts, hosting golf travel bloggers and social media influencers. Our opportunity there is we have secured interest from several in the golf blogging and social media space to visit Hilton Head Island this fall to chronicle their time staying and playing on the island for their followers. So just bringing more people down, experience the great island that we live on, and have them go back to, we usually get these folks from Michigan, the northeastern part of this country, where we get a lot of golfers coming from, and then they get back and they'll do their radio show or their blog or whatever they're coming down here to do, and tell all their folks down there to make sure they come to Hilton Head. And that's been very successful for us throughout the last few years. Why is golf public relations so important? Really, like I said, the momentum of golf is never been so hot. I mean, right now, if you wanted to buy a golf club, you can barely even get golf clubs because they're sold out. Golf in every part of the country is up, and specifically here in South Carolina, Hilton Head Island, it's higher than most of the other parts of the country. But when the COVID scenario starts slowing down and more areas start opening up, we want to make sure that we're on top of it and we continue this positive trend that we've seen over the last 2 years, essentially. We are facing increased competition in the golf tourism space with far greater marketing PR budgets. This is what I was talking about when it comes to Myrtle Beach having a $7.5 million PR budget versus our $310,000, and Robert Trent Trail having a $1.5 million PR budget. We are far behind our competitors, and my goal really is to work really hard over the next few years to get our tracking in place to make this decision to make this grant a viable grant for you guys as like a non-decision for you, because with it being the #2 driver on Hilton Head of business, and the opportunity we have to try and market ourselves like other destinations have, I think we just need to prove ourselves on what we've been doing and continue to give you the tracking that you're looking for moving forward. This is how we'll be using our public relations effort over the next few years, or next year, is story pitches to all golf, travel, and tourism related media, content creation, blog writing, ghostwriting to support the PR effort, hosting of golf, travel, and tourism writers and bloggers, leverage golf travel assets offered by Golf Channel and other digital golf travel media, social media expansion. And this is the big thing. So tracking of our public relations. We're going to have a landing page put in place. A unique landing page will be built for all PR and social efforts to capture visitor information. We've already spoke to Chamber about this, and I know this is a big deal for everybody on ATAX, and this is a big deal for us moving forward. We will use this data to work with the resource and courses to track as best as we can bookings from these generated leads. The end goal will be to present the number of room nights and rounds of golf generated golf generation through the golf public relations effort. So our goal is to track everything down to the penny and get you a dollar amount of what successes we have had specifically dedicated to our PR efforts. And that's really it. Any questions from anybody?
Okay, we'll go around the committee. Mr. Arnold?
Oh, hold on. Change locations there. Thanks, Brad, and thank the Low Country Golf Owners Association for what they do to reach the golfers that are taking up the interest in the game again. Obviously, the pandemic increased the number of rounds, and we see it as we attend all of the courses on the island. It's hard to get a tee time, and I know a lot of effort goes in from your folks to make sure we're getting to those markets, that we're bringing in the writers and the feature folks to keep the eyes on the island and showcase what the island has to have with all the courses. So thanks for what you do. No questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go on to Mr. Berghausen because I'm assuming that Mr. Farrell is still in his meeting. So Mr. Berghausen. Okay.
Okay. Sure. Hey, Brad, thank you. I appreciate your efforts to increase the quantification of things here. My view has been that the town council hires one or more DMOs to do the general marketing and PR work for this town. And we're not trying to hire another DMO. In our work has been more to recommend grants for specific incremental results to what the chamber is doing as DMO. My concern with this, and I think this committee has debated this in the past, that this starts to look a whole lot like a DMO activity, general marketing of the town. But to the extent you can quantify for us and break it out and say, no, we're doing this specific task, this specific project, and we can tie certain results to it, then it more, for me, it fits more in line with the other 32 applications we have. And so while I didn't get that out of your application, I heard a lot of it in your talk that you're going to put more focus on quantifying results so we can tie our investment back more specifically to a result. I'm not debating whether golf is important. Yeah, absolutely it is. It's like our #1 asset. But guess what? Our DMO understands that too, and they're going to be promoting it hard. I just want to be sure you're not doing what they're doing.
Yeah, we're completely separate. That's why we're handling the PR sides, and I want to get that tracking to you to make this decision easier for you guys. And and I was on ATAX too. So what happened previous to me, and we're talking probably 20 years ago, this was a lump sum grant that the chamber used to get, and I forget what the guy's name was. He was the chairman. I forget, but he basically wanted the LGCOA to take out the PR portion from the chamber, because it makes sense to me too that it would be all in the same ask. And the only reason it's in separate asks now is because the chairman of ATAX 15 years ago asked for this, and we've just been continuing to do it since, and it continued to happen in my time there as well. So if it's something that maybe we want to put back in, we could put back in with the chamber, but just how we've done it over the last 15 years and how we've just continued to do it until somebody tells us to change, really.
Well, I'm good. We just need to keep talking. So yeah, the people on this committee change. Maybe I'm looking at things different than others, and I'm just one of 7. But nobody's questioning. I'm certainly not questioning the importance of golf, the importance of a golf booklet. It's just, where does it all belong?
Yeah, and I think when we get you the numbers specifically moving forward, I think that's going to help everybody in their decisions, that there's going to be backup with this decision that there hasn't been in the past 15 years. And we're going to give you a reason to feel comfortable when you make this decision moving forward.
Bingo. Thanks for your efforts. That's all.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions. What a thorough presentation. You've added greatly to my knowledge of who's coming to the island and why. And good job on wanting to ride the wave of the popularity of golf. And I look forward with the other committee members to seeing how your new public relations and marketing efforts will be very specifically tied to golf. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Thomas?
Brad, thought it was an incredibly compelling presentation. And I also want to thank you for the delivery style that bespeaks having been seated on the ATAX committee before. At the end of the second day of presentations, I mean, that style is very much appreciated. And I also just want to say, I mean, the way you're headed with the collection of data is right on the mark. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Brad, I know you've sat in this seat, so I'm not going to tell you it's not a difficult decision. You did by adding the numbers that you did in the rounds and such like that, which is information we didn't have in the application itself. It gives us something to hang our hat on. And with your assurances or beliefs, I can't say assurances because I'm not going to use that term, but that the tracking will be even better in the future. It does say the question I would have is the question that's been raised is, when I look at what the Chamber of Commerce is going to do, is they're going to take $100,000 from that you're going to donate to that, or however that's going to work, and we're giving you $100,000, so to speak. I mean, that's the plan. I mean, that's okay. So why not cut out the middleman? So that's what my question would be. If that's the way it works. If it's not the way it works, then I'll just back off.
I mean, it's basically the way it works, and it's the only reason we've kind of done it this way is because that's about how we were told to do it about 15, 20 years ago. So,
and then we just need the data then to say, and if you're the ones that are going to gather that data, then you're the ones that should receive the funding, and that's
And we're going to get the data. And dead honestly, our guy that did all this, he's been out on COVID the last 3 weeks. And I wanted to actually add a lot more into this presentation for you guys because I wanted to get you a lot more stats than I was able to get you. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that. He actually had COVID so bad he's not able to speak. And he's not in town here. And we've been having to communicate over text only while he's been in the hospital. And that hasn't been easy. So I'm not saying we did the best we could, but I think in the future, I want to work as hard as I can to make this an easy decision for you guys. And that's going to be my goal.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Brad.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay. We're ready to move on then to the next presentation. We're running ahead. Thank you. Shelter Cove Harbor Company.
Is Karen? Karen?
Yes.
Oh, there she is.
Whenever you're ready, Karen.
Okay.
There you are.
Hold on. We're trying to get ourselves connected here a little bit. Can everybody see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate the opportunity here to present this year. Obviously, with last year, 2020, all events were canceled, and we actually were silent everywhere, as you guys well know. But I mean, clearly, our Harbor Fest event has been a huge tradition here on Hilton Head. This year, we did start off with more of a reduced show and schedule because of COVID and getting things planned, but we were able to to schedule 9 events, and Tuesday night, and then certainly with July 4th, we had huge crowds, as I think everybody here that lives on the island could see and attest to the amount of visitor traffic that's been certainly increased here between last year and this year. I mean, going from busy to not busy and then super busy. So we had a huge crowds this year, as everybody could see around the island on other events. And our application for going forward, just based on some of the stats and the requests for some increases here, but you know, our HarborFest sponsors have been very steady and supportive over the years, between the merchants, between the resort, between the town certainly, and the Harbor Company. Our 4 major nationally branded hotels are big sponsors and have been for years. Disney, the property owners at Palmetto Dunes, some restaurants, as you know, Poseidon, General Store, Island Rec. It's been a very successful partnership. They all have huge events and huge benefits from our events, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But for the members that are new to the committee, I'm sure some of you are familiar with some of the research in the past. The last time we did research was 2018. We were going to repeat it this year, but we'll plan to work with USCB and the chamber. We sort of jointly do this research, but 92% of our attendees to our HarborFest event are visitors. 79% of the attendees are return visitors. 84% of the attendees stay in lodging that generates accommodation tax revenues. 60% of the attendees have been to HarborFest more than twice. And 48% of said HarborFest was very influential when they were planning their trip. Specifically, we know that from the hotels as well, but I'll get to that in a minute. 76% indicated they would return to the event. 88% said they would recommend the event to friends. So in the scheme of all this, the hotels have had certainly a lot of benefit. They book their weeks of, they fill their weeks first that have the HarborFest event. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the only multi-week event on Hilton Head Island, and that attracts over 60,000 people a year. Now, there are other events like the Heritage that may bring more people, but that's 1 week. Our events this past year were 9. Years ago, there were more than 9 shows, and we're looking to, as part of our recap for this year, we were, you know, like I said, this is our 32nd year, and it being the largest multi-week event. We did 9 shows, July 4th, and 8 Tuesday night shows. Specifically this year, we were the only location on the island that did fireworks for July 4th. And that put an enormous amount of pressure on our location, obviously, because Sea Pines didn't have anything and the North End didn't have anything at Skull Creek there at Hudson. So we had, between the Beaufort County Sheriff Office and other parking counts and cars and people, over 28,000 people that July 4th, and it was packed. We also incurred more because of this. We increased our shuttles, and we incurred obviously more expense in shuttles because of the increased traffic. We had over 1,000 people ride the shuttles. We have 4 different locations that we were running them from, and it went super well. It was very well attended. The event was calm. I mean, it's not just what shows up here at the marina, it's what shows up in the whole viewing area around the viewing basin and in the water, Shelter Cove, Broad Creek, across Broad Creek, some of the residential communities up and down Broad Creek. So it was a pretty busy, like I was saying earlier, the amount of crowds, it was like this year with visitor counts were, double what they were last year. It was pretty intense. And one of the things that has been really important to us is that, we had such an increase in visitor counts that this year for 2022, we're asking, and our request here is to help us increase to 12 shows to 12 weeks. So three months of June 7th through August 23rd of having more shows. And obviously that's what's going to take a little bit more money. But in all of the, how do I say, the division of where our return is, I mean, between the 60,000 visitors, if we go with 12 shows, we project that we're going to increase visitor counts to over 75,000 for the whole summer. So looking at the spend, it's like $2 per, or $2 return per requested dollar that we're asking for. So it's a big event, and we have a quick little video here we want to show you so that you can, if you haven't been to one of our events, you get to enjoy it here with some people that that are visitors.
I'm not getting audio.
I'm sorry about that. No, the audio is not coming across. And I was just going to say, Karen, if Zendaya doesn't already have the link, she can send us the video itself, and then we'll play it privately when each of the members will then. But we'll go ahead and play it out through. We'll just get audio later on.
So just bring me back up.
Karen, I'm going to email the committee your presentation so they can watch the video on their own.
Oh, bummer. Sorry.
That's okay.
Saw the video. There was just no audio. We know that there were lovely things that all those people said about your event, but we didn't get to hear them.
You couldn't hear them?
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, bummer. Sorry.
That's okay. We'll listen to it. We can listen to it privately. So do you have anything else you wish to present to us now?
No, I mean, just if you have any questions or, I'm sorry the video didn't roll. That's
an ongoing issue we've had. This go round is that the audio is not coming across the presentations for whatever reason.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's not your fault. It's just one of these things. That's the bugaboo of the technology, I guess.
Sure.
So, we'll
Sure.
start this time. Mr. Berghausen, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you for what you do for us. I think people really enjoy these events. In your application and your counts, you've got 65,000 tourists and 65,000 plus visitors and 5,000 residents. A plus B plus C has to equal D, and it doesn't. So I suspect you're unable at this time to distinguish tourists from visitors. Is that correct?
No, I mean, the research of what we fielded, we had like over 92% were visitors. So, I mean, if the physical residents served, I think that's just a round number, and the 65,000 is based on the 9 shows for the 2020, if I'm not doing this right, tell me, for next.
A visitor and a tourist are different.
No, they're the same. A visitor is a tourist. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, if it's something.
No, okay, no, do you have the application?
I do.
Okay, a tourist is somebody who comes from more than 50 miles away.
Okay.
There is somebody who doesn't live on the island, but is within 50 miles. They don't overlap.
Okay.
Okay, so because visitors come and go and don't stay overnight, tourists are coming.
Okay, well then maybe I put that in correctly. I put that in incorrectly.
So are you able to distinguish tourists from visitors?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this particular case, the 65,000 is the tourist number. The visitor number, I can't, off the top of my head from the research that we did 3 years ago, I can't say exactly that number. I think I was just repeating that number because of the fact that they're beyond 50,000 or they don't stay overnight.
Okay, well, I mean, your efficiency is going to be good in any case. I just bring to your attention that in the future we should get those 3 numbers should be separate and they add together.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry if I made a mistake there. Sorry.
No problem. But thank you. It's a great event.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon. No questions, but I can just tell you that in communication, body language is more than 50%. So it came through very clearly that the visitors there enjoyed the event, and we look forward to more in 2022.
Great, thank you. Yeah, please watch the video if you have like a couple minutes.
Mr. Thomas.
Just that, am I coming through or not?
Yes, yes.
Okay, just that the event is something almost no tourists to Hilton Head miss or want to miss. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold.
Hi, Ken. Thanks for the presentation. There's no question that this event reaches thousands of folks a week. And as you've alluded to, stretching into longer shows, having more shows, it seems the feeling on the island is that shoulder season is shrinking a little bit. We're seeing extended periods of vacation. So the need for more entertainment and your shows definitely warranted, as well as the tradition that families create year over year. That's what keeps them coming back to the island.
Right.
Coming with their grandparents or their parents, and now these kids that used to go are bringing their kids. It's a trip of the entire economy. So if we can put pieces in place that help us measure who's a tourist and who's a visitor, maybe by some polling places or QR codes for folks to just, as they're mindlessly standing around at the event, can punch in some data that we could use to help in future applications. That'd be awesome. But good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know anecdotally, because I've attended this on numerous occasions, you know, it's a generational thing. People do plan their vacations around the kid show, Shannon Tanner show, and things like that, to where you've got grandparents, parents, and now the next generation have attended that. And yeah, if you can just make sure that in the future that you differentiate between the tourist, the visitor, and the local. You know,
Right.
In either case, like Mr. Berghausen said, your efficiency is, you know, even at 65,000, it's $2.30, you know, a tourist, and if it's 75,000, yeah, it's $2 a tourist. That's pretty good efficiency with the like, no pun intended, bang for the buck, so to speak.
Right. There's a few bangs. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Okay, and we're coming towards the end. Last but not least, hopefully, do we have a representative from Harbor Town for the 4th of July?
Yes. There's Rob. Rob, can you hear us?
I can. Good afternoon.
Go ahead anytime you're ready, Bob.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Mr. Berghausen, looks like I should have your background behind me right now, but I'm Rob Bender. I'm the president of the Harbor Town Merchants Association, and I'm here to request $23,000 in funds for our Harbor Town July 4th fireworks. We've greatly appreciated the committee's support in the past, the town council's support in the past, and I appreciate all your hard work. I know in the last presentation of the year, I've been in your seat before, and I'll make this short and sweet, hopefully, for you. So thank you for your time. We've historically been one of 3 shows for 4th of July on the island. It's my understanding that we will now be one of 2 shows on 4th of July for the island. Some information to support our request. Our last show was held in 2019. We did cancel in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID. Our day starts with a parade and a carnival for families in the morning. We usually have about 125 to 150 families participate in that and start their day and festivities that way. And then in the evening, we have the Greg Russell concert, which has overflowing attendance. This coming year, 2022, will actually be his 45th year performing in Harbor Town. So obviously a huge family tradition. And then following his concert, we do our fireworks. We shoot those from a barge over Hellobogie Sound. And we've been doing this for decades, just like Shelter Cove. It is definitely a family tradition. We heard about it the past 2 years from families, obviously not being able to experience it, which we hated, obviously. We've been working with Falcon Fireworks for many years. We have a very successful relationship with them. They are of the highest integrity, and safety is always first and foremost with them. Regarding our attendance, we hire 13 motor coach buses to help transport guests from remote parking lots into Harbor Town. There are trolleys that run within Sea Pines as well to transport. We have approximately 500 parking spots in Harbor Town. And then due to the great leisure paths, we have many guests and residents that walk and ride their bikes. So in all, we estimate about 7,000 attendees. I think that's probably a pretty conservative number for anybody that's ever been to the event, but based on ridership on the buses, our trolleys, our parking lots, we think 7,000 is a pretty conservative number. Additionally, in our home and villa rentals and our inn, we run at about 96 to 100% occupancy. The yacht basin with the boats, we typically run at about 100% as well for all of our slips there. The event is a collaborative effort between the Harbortown Merchants Association, Community Services Associate, who is the Property Owners Association, and the Sea Pines Resort. Our total budget is $55,599, which includes the fireworks, the barge, the buses, extra security, parking staff, restroom rentals, etc. The event is funded through ATAX funds. Again, thank you. Through CSA, the South Beach Marina, the Harbortown Merchants Association, and the Sea Pines Resort. And the overwhelming sentiment and feedback from our guests and residents is that the event is a very enjoyable experience, great fireworks, well organized, family friendly, an annual tradition, and it creates lifelong memories. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Right. We'll start this round with Ms. Johnson.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, well, I was starting with Ms. Johnson. Are you there?
I'm sorry, that was my error. Good afternoon, Mr. Bender. I have no questions, but with you, look forward to the return of this other set of fireworks in 2022.
Thank you
Congratulations.
very much. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Thomas.
Rob, I just thank you for the delivery style. I mean, we've had a couple of presentations here toward the end that are very much appreciated after 2 long days. Yours is a model for the future. No, wonderful event, worthwhile expenditure of funds from my perspective. And I hear the Halloween hayride is kicking back up again, and I just wanted you to know we have a few little stunts for that we could offer in case anybody needs them.
Thank you very much, Rich.
You're welcome.
Mr. Arnold.
No questions. I too look forward to another 4th of July celebration. This island's big enough for multiple shows, and squeezing all those tourists in one location is not ideal. So spreading out is definitely needed. When we get those folks that come for a holiday weekend, we know that our accommodation rates are higher at those times, so a bigger tax is generated as well there. So the more draw to the island during holiday weekends is definitely needed, and look forward to seeing a great show this year.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berghausen.
No particular questions. It's a great event. But just like the Shelter Cove question, it would be nice. It would help us help you if in the future you'd be able to give us a visitor estimate that's separate and distinct from the tourist number.
Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you.
No problem. But thank you for what you do. It's great fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And an efficient use of making our tourists happy. So we like that.
Great. Thank you.
I have no questions. Good presentation, Rob. Hopefully, like we've said to others today, we don't know what our funding is right now. We won't know for about a week or two just before we make decisions. We'd love to fund everybody 100%, but you'll all find out on I think it's the 4th of November when we get together, and you know this, we've been through it. So, you know, we'll see you in the future. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Right. Thank you again, committee.
Thank you. To the members of the committee, that is the end of the presentations for today. We will meet again formally on I think it's the 4th, if I'm not mistaken.
November 4th, yes, sir.
Yes, and at that time we will make our recommendations to the city. That meeting normally, for those who haven't been through it before, does not run as long as these last 2 days have. It depends on how long it takes for us to go through the applications. It's usually done on a spreadsheet type of share, and we go through them. And it sometimes takes 2, 3, 4 rounds of suggestions, but we get through it. So in the meantime, if you need any further information from Zendaya or otherwise, please request it as soon as possible so you'll have that information. Please look at the information that we've received supplementally from our applicants that might help you in your decision making. And we'll look forward to hearing from, I guess we'll hear from either Zendaya or Mr. Troyer in the near future about what our funding will be, what will be available when we get back together on November 4th.
Yes, sir. Typically, our number, we can get a preliminary number from the state between now and next week. However, next week, we should definitely have a firm number closer to Halloween going into that first week of November.
Okay, so that's what we'll have to work with. And so if there's no objection at this time, my clock shows 3:55, and I'm going to call the meeting adjourned at this time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.